LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Put the John on them jets cause you wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island. Moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve them at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at, started ballin', now I'm Chris Paul and Cat. Got him steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear. All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed, as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication systems. Once airborne, we'll let you know when you may use approved electronic devices, but note that some items may not be used at any time during the flight. You'll find a list of approved devices in the in-flight information section.
Ready for takeoff?
Zach. Whoa. We're gonna hold on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Put the John on them jets cause you wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island. Moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me.
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. That looks good. That's a good angle. That's a good angle. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. Ooh, look at y'all. Are y'all ready to go? I'm not your boy toy. Got some fuck faces to get into. I make them hot. I make them shiver. PineCreek gets weak. Whenever I'm around, they see me walk. They hear me talk. I make them feel like their bullshit ain't real. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. That mic flip girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome, 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 everybody, to another edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. And, folks, do I have a show for you today? Because there is some shit going on. Y'all know how it is. Uncle Jay saw some shit. So now Uncle Jay's got to talk about some shit. But before we get into the lame event of the year. I don't even want to call this shit the main event. When shit's going on and it's like the feature, but it sucks because it's America and America sucks, you got to call it the lame. Before we get into the lame event of the evening, let's go ahead and catch a vibe real quick. Let's go ahead. I want to keep it moving, and I know James is here, so let's first go ahead. We'll jump straight into communion song program. Boom. Done. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. All right, let's get the TVs in the right state there. Oh, yeah, we got to deal with these fuck faces. All right, James is up in here with me. What's up, James?
Hey.
All right, James, let's do a little communion, and then we'll get to it. All right. Please y'all know the routine. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, and the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who fight for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, a lot of y'all don't understand how funky Catholicism is. Let me just slip it. Now, what I want you to do is I'm going to play the beginning of the song again real quick. And all I want you to do is imagine what it was like for me in high school when I was playing drums to this. I actually had my man next to me on bass. Just listen to it. Listen to it. It's going to change your whole world. Listen to this. Boom, boom, boom. Yes. Yes, y'all. That's a walking bass line. Yes. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we lit that shit up in high school. Yeah, you get that shit walking on a Catholic amen like that? What? Well, white girls go crazy. You don't know. Y'all sleeping. You could funk that Catholicism all the way up. You know, and it becomes kind of a banger. I ain't even gonna lie to you. All right, look, communion song, where everybody knows your name, you know, where we are few in number, but mighty in strength. What's up to James? What's up to Cameron? I appreciate y'all for being here, and yeah, we'll see everybody else as we
forward to this. Five minutes, take it away.
I'm gonna switch the screen so y'all can see it.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, all those nights when you got no lights, and the check is in the mail, and your little angel on the countered by its tail. Your third fiancé didn't show. Well, sometimes you wanna go where everybody
I'll be right back, y'all. I gotta fix my game capture.
Where you can see troubles are all the same.
Ridiculous.
You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, you get out of bed and the coffee's dead. The morning isn't looking bright. You shrink right off to your opine. He doesn't even write. Your girlfriend says she's not a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Boy, Vance. Most common word coming in by text, boy, is goosebumps. Believe it or not, we've had that repeatedly across the whole thing. If you want to see Foy Vance's cheeky grin when he sang when you find your girlfriend is a guy, you can go on the website. We'll have.
Listen, I didn't find out my girlfriend was a guy. She said she's non-binary. Come on, you got to get the details right here. James, what do you do if a girl you're dating tells you she's non-binary and you just are not seeing her non-feminine side?
I mean, I don't know. I guess I can have either a very long, nuanced conversation where I create the illusion of agreeing with her and be satisfied with it. Or I just say, "That's nice, hon. Stop talking with your mouth full."
Yeah, I let that one. I had to let that one go. You know, it was really interesting because it was. I don't know if I told you a story before, but it was like when she first met me, she had this whole like, I don't know, it's not binary, right? So it's like a big deal to her, and I don't think she like. I don't know. It's weird to say. I don't know. I got the impression she hadn't had this conversation with a lot of people, right?
Right.
And that it was difficult for her because she's a seamstress and like fashion, and then she's a model. So no one sees. You don't see an intersex person, right? And she's on a dating site as a female. So you're kind of in a situation. He was like super excited that I was like accepting of it, that I seemed to have a sort of way to even maybe help her make sense of some of her other relationships. Like, hey, your parents weren't assholes for not letting you run around without a shirt on. You know, when you were younger, you know, there was just that's society. There's a social pressure. Boys can run around with their shirts off. Girls can't. That doesn't make your parents bad people. But then I think over time, it became, I guess, important for them to feel like they could romantically connect with someone who's like down with their male side. And I just wasn't ever going to be that person, right? So yeah, it's just kind of weird. It was weird for me because I went from being like, I'm the hero because I accept this. Now wait, I'm the bad guy because I'm not with you enough. And then kind of getting to the point of maturity of realizing, yes, all of that is true, right? Like I was good for them in one phase. It went to other phases. I was no longer good for them. And I think it was good for both of us to let it go while we still really appreciated each other, right? Rather than fighting. All right, so James lost his connection. I was wondering why I'm sitting here talking to my goddamn self. But yeah, I think James just popped out for a second. Hopefully he'll be... Oh, James is back. All right. I'm like filibustering on this story, James, because I'm getting no feedback. No, but I realize you popped out.
I had a call come in and my microphone and
no worries
over to it and had to close it out for a second. So yeah, I mean, I haven't had that situation directly. I could just say that looking back, because of the way that I'm built, like my psychology and my energy, if you want to call it that, I regret that I settled for non-feminine women, right? People who part of their identity and part of their vibe had pretty much nothing to do with being feminine, right? And you know, they never came out as non-binary. They never came out as a they them or a him instead. Like none of that happened in the official context. But man, it's the only thing that I kind of agree with conservatives about. Really, is that if you're built in such a way where you're a guy and you're a masculine guy, the best complement to your energy, right? The best way to like stoke those embers to fire right within you, or romantically and sexually, is to have somebody with a very feminine energy, like someone who's completely embraced their womanhood. And you know, I dated these women that were kind of like they call it tomboys, right?
Yeah.
Like these tomboy women, and they never came out with any particular kind of alternate identity labels.
Right, they were just tomboys. Yeah.
They were tomboys, and even the really pretty ones were tomboys.
Right.
And I regret that looking back, because I happen to be a very romantic soul. And I'm not saying you can't be romantic with the tomboy, but it's just not the damn same.
Right, because the roles are important. These roles are important.
Yeah.
I don't care what people say, right? You might say, you might say, oh, it's I don't know. Somebody's asking me about Sam. Sam's behind me. But yeah, it's I think that's what happened in that relationship, right? Like we both recognize the fluidity, right? But then we both sort of recognize sort of what you saying was like I romanticize that feminine thing because I'm a straight guy. It's not because I fucking hate tomboys or I think non-binary people don't deserve love. It's none of that. It's just
right.
I like feminine energy, right? So. Yeah, I think all this is just part of growing and learning. It's like, it's the same way you see certain attractiveness at different levels. There's a level of attractiveness where you're just not attracted to somebody. Then there's a level where you probably hook up with them once or twice. But then there's a different, like, it just escalates, right? And I think that's the same thing, personality rise, where you learn, oh, I'm definitely friends with all types of different people. I definitely know and appreciate all different types of people. So then naturally you start to think you can or maybe even should date all types of people. And then as you're going through that, you're like, oh, wait, it's okay for me to find what's best for me and, find other people who I'm what's best for them. And it's okay if I'm not that, right? It's okay if that's part of the learning process. Right. It's just like, I thought it was a good idea,
Right.
Yeah.
And it can be like, there's all kinds of different facets of a person. And so you can be very attracted to some facets of a person, but not to other aspects of who they are. And even the physical matters. Somebody in the chat right now talking about how they used to like them thick and how they like them thin. And, my position on that is, if you get an inflatable girlfriend, you can have the best of both worlds. You can just, if you want her thin that day, she can be thin. If you want to fill her all the way up, she can be plump.
Right.
You don't have to. But, or go poly. Go poly and have you a skinny one and a thick one, depending on the day. Be like, what mood am I in today? But I kind of feel that vibe though, because looking back, like I always preferred the thick ones, and lately I'm kind of digging the like more petite ones, and I don't know what that is. Like it's not a serious prejudice.
It's just phases and changes and preferences.
Phases and changes, and the thing is, like most guys are really into big boobies, like. The bigger the better. Something else to play with or grab a hold on to. But to be honest, never been a boob guy. Never. Like I wouldn't care if she flat chested or got.
Every time somebody asks me the question, are you a face guy? Are you an ass guy or a boobs guy? Right? I say I'm a face guy.
Me too.
I'm going to spend most of my time looking at your face. Right. Those things are all secondary.
Right. 100%. Same way.
Yeah.
So, and for me, faces is like, Topanga from Boy Meets World, or there was this other actress that had very similar features. Like, I like thick lips and big smiles and vibrant faces, and I like it if they're a little bit friendly. Like that, I'm not into the whole resting bitch face.
Oh yeah. Jay-Z has this lyric. He goes, y'all go to y'all go to parties to Ice Grill. I go to parties to party with nice girls. I'm the same way. But I've always been the same way. Very friendly. Because I'm mostly a friendly person, right? I'm a friendly, warm, inviting person. And I often find it a misuse of social status. Like I grew up, preppy schools and all of that. And so you kind of have to learn. A lot of people are attractive. A lot of people are rich. It reminds me of that white girl we were talking about at the Kentucky game or whatever. Like, she just never learned that, carry it with some class, carry it with some ease, be friendly, be easy to get along with. All the people I know that are really, the most beautiful people I know are some of the nicest. The richest people I know, the most really, really buku wealthy people. Some of the friendliest, humblest people, and most of them drive hoopties. It's just everything. It's the opposite of what you'd expect, right? But you kind of learn that, so yeah, I'm that way too, because the woman that is anybody that's difficult, I feel the same way about Doug. Like if you're too antisocial or weird or too much of a hard ass, you can't really roll with me, because I got to be able to roll anywhere with anybody,
right?
And if I can't bring you with me, like you said, you got resting bitch face. You can't come to the hood with me. That ain't gonna work. Right. Can't bring a pouty ass white girl to the hood with me, right? Now, somebody that's cool, chill, happy to hang out with some black folks and eat hot dogs and quarter juices from the bodega, she good to go, right? You're good to go.
Attitude matters super, super a lot. And I just can't believe how much I settled when I was younger. Or these women that they didn't laugh. They didn't have great senses of humor. They didn't laugh about a whole lot. They didn't say a lot that was funny or lighthearted. Everything was serious, and really, really broken women. I really wish I hadn't done that. I used to have that idea that I'm going to rescue women, right? I used to have that in mind, and I don't anymore. Now when I meet somebody who needs to be rescued, I'm like, good luck with that. Yeah, I ain't the guy. Even if I was a billionaire, I still wouldn't be the guy, because I don't want to be anymore.
Yeah, and that takes some growing. Sometimes I would say you got to go through to get through. I wonder, too, because, and you've made me think about this, especially with online, the downtown crowd is, I don't know, they're day shifters. Like, they don't, so if you go to Detroit or a big city, James, give me a state. What state do you live in?
I live in Indiana now, but I grew up in Detroit.
Yeah. So even what you got? Like, what's the capital out there?
In Indiana, Indianapolis.
Indianapolis, right. So people who work in Indianapolis live in Indianapolis for the most part, right? The people who work in downtown Lansing don't live in Lansing.
Right.
Now, why does that matter? I really don't give a shit. But what it matters is all the young, sexy professional women come here, do their 9 to 5s, and dip. So then when you go downtown bars and clubs, like the adult local scene, it's like fucking local yokels that you don't want to be around. It's not all the sexy, educated, professional people that have the good government and business jobs downtown. They dip. They live somewhere else. So it's shitty. It's just fucking shitty. So at least online, you get to take your time with people and you meet people from different areas and shit, because it's hard out here.
Right.
You gotta have a range that's outside of my city. If I limit myself to my city, I'm fucked. You know what I mean? So it kind of plays into that. But anyway, you had me thinking about this, because I have to weigh it against thinking about who helped me grow and learn and who is just a mistake that I shouldn't make again. And I don't often know how to tell the difference between the two. There are definitely some clear-cut cases of I don't know what I got out of that other than wasting my time and energy. Okay, we could have cut that off. That would have, right? But then there's a lot of those. Whew, that was some fucked up shit. But, I needed, as fucked up as it sounds, I wasn't good yet. You know what I mean? I had to go through some shit. I always say if you'd have known better, you'd have done better. So some of them women were just flat out mistakes. And some of them were learning and growing experience. I don't know who's the same. I did want to acknowledge that Harley Quinn said a few minutes ago that she's glad that you're an ass man, because ass has been through a lot of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, between the breast and the ass, it definitely per the ass.
Yeah, Harley's Quinn said most people who work in Manhattan live in New Jersey. Yeah, so it's that type of situation, right? So,
right.
Yeah.
And so it's weird because the older I get and the less picky I can afford to be, the pickier I get. And it's like if I don't like find somebody soon, I'm gonna like standards myself way out of prospects. Because the older I get, the fewer the prospects I'm gonna have. And I can't afford to get any pickier than I already am.
Well, no, I'm content with that, James, because the investment's too real.
Yeah, it is.
I'd just rather be alone. I can't. Nah, you can't be up in there, especially if you ain't up to par. No. Because they still have the same emotional demands. I've learned this too. This is why I've learned you shouldn't date down. Settling is bad. Because what happens is you naturally put yourself in an unequally yoked position and you don't value your partner probably as much as they value you, or just should be valued, right? I've done this thing where I'm like, yeah, I know I can always get with this person or light this person up because they've just, they see me as a, something. But I'm like, I'm doing something inherently damaging to them every time I do. At least the way I feel about it.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, but you gotta do what you gotta do for you out here, right?
Sure. Yeah, I made a lot of mistakes, but I've learned from them, and I'm like, had lots of time to think about it, right? So now I'm like, well, here's a long ass list of mistakes I'm never going to make again. So, and some of the shit, like, it's just superficial, and I don't have to go by it. Like, for example, like, I think going down on a woman is cool, but the bigger she is, them thick ones, it's harder because I don't want to get like.
I got it.
It just
I understand.
Logistically speaking, it is more work to get the job done.
It's the ergonomics of the situation.
Yeah. and otherwise, that's like a practical consideration, right? It's not really I'm more attracted to skinny. It's just the skinny is in some ways more logistically easier. Yeah. So, but it's not on my list of must-haves because it's not realistic to put that on the list of must-haves. I think I'm going to have to go to another country, honestly, when I'm ready to date seriously.
Well, my one black friend has been really pushing the mail order bride type situation.
I might consider that. I really might.
He's a firm believer. Yeah.
Just make sure that we get a prenup or that I don't actually get married or something. Because as soon as she gets her green card, that's when you find out if she really loves you or not.
If she really loves you or not, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of think that our species is in a state of flux to where we all grew up with narratives that we don't really buy into. Yet at the same time, the older we get, the stronger they get.
Yeah.
So I don't know anybody knows what to do. So it's kind of weird. Which, I guess that leans us more towards... And I have no idea what I want. But you know what, James? We're going to do a dating show. So we're going to talk about this Saturday on our dating show. Y'all got to tune into the dating show. We're going to give you a whole show of this. That was a sneak peek of how great this show is going to be.
We're going to have some real shit on that show. Absolutely.
All right, but let's talk a little bit about Brittney Griner. And I don't know if people know what is going on with her. But basically, Brittney Griner is a WNBA star. Bitch is damn near 7 foot tall. She can dunk. She's like, to be honest, she's one of the most special talents in women's basketball we've ever seen. I mean, she's a generational phenom, in terms of basketball. I mean, honestly, really, really is. There's no doubt about that. And she brought some hashish oil with her when traveling to Russia. She claims inadvertently, packed in a rush at the last minute, didn't realize, didn't think about, packing the hashish oil or whatever. So she gets arrested in Russia, convicted of, I guess, the possession and also drug smuggling or whatever. a fucking vape pen. Ridiculous.
That's just politics. They're just using her.
They are just using her politically. So, there's supposedly some negotiations and shit to bring her home or a hostage exchange or whatever the fuck they're trying to do. That hasn't worked out. Her appeal was denied. And the most recent news as of, I guess yesterday or today, is that she was moved to a penal colony to serve a 9-year sentence. And this is a penal colony that is notorious for, let's just say, all of your prison nightmares. Abusive guards, rancid food, shitty conditions. So this is like extreme, right? This is extreme for a fucking vape pen. So I want to talk a little bit about what's going on. Now, this is my let me switch over to a little bit better of a view here. Hang on a sec. I'm going to do some screen management real fast. Yep, get rid of that. So we can go this one.
See, that's one of the things.
Go ahead, James, you're good.
If I would have won that lottery with $1.9 billion, I don't know how much you get of that. Maybe just $1 billion, like whatever you get. I was seriously thinking about like hiring some freaking my own little army in some third world country, and then going around to these places where they have these political prisoners that do shit wrong, but be gay or have a vape pen or be an atheist or some shit. I'm like, okay, out of all these prisons that are holding people like in criminal ways, trying to like throw them away, throw their lives away, which ones, if we go in there with enough firepower, can we liberate? Which of these prisons can we just tear them walls down and liberate these people?
Right.
And bring them into our army, some of them even,
Right.
And I know if we
now, what's fucking interesting is that it seemed like actually the Taliban did some of that, or ISIS or whoever, after we left Afghanistan, right? Because all of a sudden they was able to go around and just let prisoners go and stuff, and then they did, and it swelled their ranks. But go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, if you rescue people, like if you rescue Brittney, I wouldn't ask her to join the army. I'd be just like, go back to your career.
But everybody else who's not a WNBA star, sign on up.
Right. Go back to your career and then send us some, whenever you have some extra money from your career, send us a little bit, so we can, keep building up our army and go liberate more people. We go around the world. Seriously. We go around, we wouldn't go to like well-developed countries. We wouldn't go to the UK or anything, but we would go
I was just going to say, James, you're going to get assassinated. But then I realized, you're going around to all of these, in Trump's words, shithole countries. So you're under the radar. You're like Peter Pan, but nobody gives a shit because, you're only helping people that are off the radar. I hate to say it, but that's kind of a good thing because that's kind of the point, is that they're not enough on the radar to get the help they need. So it's kind of a win-win the way I see it. It helps you be safer, and it helps people who actually need some help get some help for once.
Yep, that's what I wanted to do. If I, that's how I was going to help fix the world. Like my part of it, my contribution would be figuring out who needs to be. Now, if there's a non-military way to do it, I'll do that. Do we got, buy their way out or bribe some guards or, bribe some politicians, whatever we got to do. But if it comes down to it, and the only way is to like blow up some walls and take out some guards and liberate the people, then that's what we do.
Right.
Absolutely. But I didn't win the lottery, so I won't be rescuing anybody anytime soon. But I'm just saying, somebody needs to, right? But somebody needs to step up and take care of this shit because politics ain't working.
If I could really play the race card, I could be like, now look, I may have never even played the lottery, but the fact that I haven't won the lottery is some fucking racist bullshit.
Right. Truth.
But nah, that shit would be beautiful.
Well, yeah.
And the lottery actually does a lot of good in the world too. Right? Because they put it towards like seniors and schools and shit. Mm-hmm. The lottery normally does a lot of heavy lifting in terms of funding social shit and, Yeah, I kind of support the lottery. Actually, it's just a good little game they got going there. You know, and as long as you're not crazy about it, you know, who cares if you spend a couple bucks on a lottery ticket? It's the people whose lives get spun out of control. But that's anything, man. That's human nature. We're just addictive like that. So we can take anything too far.
Right. It's our specialities taking shit too far.
Exactly. All right, so Sandal said they got caught with cannabis in Russia while playing and working there. Yeah. Ooh, but then they said people in Russia grow. This is what I mean. This is where federalism and all of this shit breaks down. Like, my mother actually said this. You know, some shit is it's finally time to change it. If my goddamn mother can see it. She was like, it doesn't make sense that you could just go to jail for something in one state and then it's totally fine in another. I was like, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's what we're fucking out here trying to say.
Right.
It ain't no goddamn sense.
Nope.
And I don't know. It's just time to get rid of it. Like, here's the thing, though. It's religion. Because the same way religion makes them worship that damn Bible, and we can't remix that shit. They worship that goddamn Constitution and the Founding Fathers and the federalism and all of this bullshit, and we can't change that shit. You know, they then worship the fact that we can technically change it through amendments, but then we don't use them.
Right. True that.
Oh, and today the Democrats can officially go suck a dick because they found out that I guess apparently the Republicans are going to take control of the House, and now all of a sudden Democrats trying to push shit through while they still have control of both houses.
Yeah, why weren't they pushing shit through before?
There you go. Maybe that's why the Republicans just took control of the House. I mean, come on. It's so obvious. Right. Like, wow. Are they really that dense? Like,
right.
All right, y'all. So let's get into this Brittney Griner stuff because it touches on some stuff we gotta get into. All right. So here it is. She was moved to a penal colony. She was sentenced to 9 years. A case that the United States says is unjust. Now, that's kind of critical, especially for you patriot motherfuckers. Now, the agent has pleaded for her urgent release due to concerns for her health in detention, but she's a black gay woman, so who gives a shit? So she was moved to a women's penal colony in the western Russian region of Mordovia. And here is a little picture of where she's at. But what I want to get into. All right, now
I'm gonna need that picture later. I'm gonna need that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so we can figure out our entry point. They say because Russian penal colonies are known for their poor conditions, Griner's lawyers appealed to her initial conviction, partially in an attempt to avoid the 6'9" American serving time at the remnants of a gulag labor camp. Whew. When news of her transfer to a then unknown location emerged shortly after Griner's appeal was rejected, her agent expressed concerns for her physical and mental health. Now, here's where we're going to get into this. The U.S. State Department has classified Griner as, quote, wrongfully detained, which sends a, quote, strong signal that the U.S. government does not believe that there is a legitimate case against her. As an expert previously told Insider, even still, plenty of Americans have been vocal about the fact that they don't want the two-time Olympic gold medalist to come home. Now, why
don't they want that?
Oh, that is what we're about to get right on into. All right, so this article was written. It's called "The Scientific Theory of Why Some Americans Don't Want Brittney Griner to Come Home from a Russian Prisoner." This is really good. All right. This comes from Insider.com. Some Americans are rooting against Brittney Griner's return home to the United States. The WNBA star was arrested in February after customs agents at Moscow's Sheremetyevo
airport said they found vape cartridges containing hashish oil in her luggage. She was found guilty of drug smuggling in early August and sentenced to 9 years in a Russian prison. Given the timing of her detainment, the nature of her alleged offense, and the reputation of Russian courts, Griner is widely considered to be a political pawn that Moscow is using as leverage against the United States. As such, the State Department classified Griner as wrongfully detained in May. Even despite the strong signal that the U.S. government does not believe that there is a legitimate case against her, as an expert previously told Insider, many of the two-time Olympic gold medalist compatriots are opposed to the Biden administration's efforts to secure her freedom through negotiating a prisoner exchange with the Kremlin. And there could be a scientific explanation for why they've sided with the foreign adversary instead of supporting their fellow American. By the way, I've seen some of this. I was reading around earlier, and there are like some blogs and stuff where people are basically saying she deserves this, that she hates America, that, oh, if she protested against the flag, now she shouldn't be, looking for America to save her. This is what she gets for hating America. She did the crime. She shouldn't have done that if she wasn't willing to do the time. All of this type of shit. And to be honest, when I started looking into this and reading this, I was kind of surprised. But it's very vocal. It's very vocal. It's always like the typical right-wing nut jobs who, if they could get a racist bone without having to, if they could dog whistle, right, that's what they'll do. So here's like we're saying, this is a situation where they don't see her as human, basically. Yeah. All right, so here we go. Because that's what they're going to get into. Sorry, so Danny Gilbert, an expert on hostage taking and recovery, and Rosenwald Fellow in U.S. Foreign Policy and International Security at Dartmouth College's John Sloan Dickey Center for International Understanding. Now, look, I'm going to just stop right here and say this is such a thing with academics that we have to do to acknowledge our funding. You got to be like, I'm a Rosenwald Fellow in U.S. Foreign Policy and International Security at Dartmouth College's John Sloan Dickey Center for International Understanding. Holy shit, that's a mouthful. Right. I know I had to do the same thing with my program, right? They want us to tell everybody I'm in the Institutional Research and Academic Career Development Award Training Research and Educators in Minnesota program at the University of Minnesota in the Department of Ecology, Evolutionary. But I'm like, go fuck yourself. So I work at UMN. Go Gophers. Let's get it. I got time for this shit. But it's funny. I just can relate to the people around you wanting you to acknowledge your funders with a fucking mouthful all day. All right, here we go. So this motherfucker Gilbert told Insider that her research suggests that how someone came to be in need of assistance affects whether or not the public thinks that person should receive it. The phenomenon, she said, is called deservingness heuristic. This is very interesting. And actually, I just thought of this, but this very much applies to our political and counter-apologetic and religious conversations, right? Because this is what happens with theists, right? When they start to talk about us all types of shit and tell us that we're going to deserve, that we burn in hell, they are going through this deservingness heuristic in their head, and they're going, well, is the love of Jesus available to save them? Check. Did I tell these fools the love of Jesus is available to save them? Check. Do they know in their hearts that the love of Jesus is available to save them? Check. Well, then these fucking atheists can go fuck themselves and burn in hell. I just see that. That's a deservingness heuristic. Right? It's pretty much, I'm like, yep, that is what they do. All right, so Gilbert used poverty as an example of her explanation. People who believe that poor people are simply unlucky are the ones who are willing to support programs that provide assistance, but those who deem poor people lazy are less likely to support those same programs. Her research, which she conducted along with a colleague at the University of California, San Diego, suggests that the same theory applies to the public perception of hostages and wrongfully detained people. Griner is no exception. The fact that the American... Hold on. Look at this woman, y'all. This woman's special as shit. Like, James, I'm gonna keep it real. She ain't my type, which is cool, because she's fucking married, right? But it's like, damn, y'all, this is superstar. 6'9"?
Right.
6'9", and she's tatted up. She just be slamming on people, putting that JJ all in their face. What? Blocking everything. Bitch be going Matumbo on people. I'm telling y'all, she's a, well, you know, nobody really covers the WNBA the way we should and all of that, but she's a very special athlete. Really, really is something special. Right. So here we go. The fact that the American public might be really focused on the alleged drug possession and the outlandish accusation of drug smuggling might make the American public less willing to pay attention to this case, Gilbert said, adding that the public may also be, quote, less supportive of government efforts to bring her home. And that's basically what the comments and stuff that I saw were basically suggesting. Unfortunately, I want to acknowledge there was always people there trying to counter those comments and be like, what are you talking about?
Right. And part of that is because there's a cultural bias against marijuana and amongst religious or conservatives in America.
Absolutely.
And that all traces back to racism.
Absolutely. And I think even LeBron James spoke on that. Hang on a sec. LeBron James, Griner, America. Give me results, Google. Let's just say America's fault, because I think that's what he actually said. All right, so here we go. There's an article. LeBron James had a point. This is from back in July. It's America's fault. Brittney Griner went to Russia. Oh, that's what his point was. All right, I don't know. Anyway, but yeah. So, but James, I totally agree with you. It's really weird. But this is the same thing, right? So people are less supportive because they think she deserves it. But yeah, obviously, a lot of athletes have been trying to. I thought maybe LeBron was talking about the fact that the U.S. is actually responsible for this whole war on drugs thing, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure if that's what he's talking about here, to be honest. And I don't feel like reading that article right now. All right. So Gilbert further explained that personal characteristics. Sorry. So that's the first thing, right? And she continued. That's the kind of dynamic that might really be at play, and it's unfortunately quite predictable that Americans respond this way. So put that as number one on this person's explanation, right? So point number one, deservingness heuristic. They think that bitch brought over a vape pen to Russia. Whatever happens, happens, right? So now we're going to shift to the other part of this, which is identity. Gilbert further explained that personal characteristics could have an effect on the way the public regards Griner's situation. Though, quote, gender tends to be less influential in how the American public and how the media care about, sympathize with, pay attention to Americans who are held hostage abroad than some other factors, race is a huge deal here. The concept is aptly called, quote, the missing white woman syndrome, Gilbert said. Now, I want y'all to all think about that little white girl that went missing, what was it, over the summer or whatever, James? They was worried it was her boyfriend or whatever. She was plastered all over the news. You know what I'm talking about? I don't remember the name. But this was a commentary a lot of people had then. Little black and Latino in girls of color, you know, they go missing every day. Yeah. They don't get no write-up in the newspaper. They don't get no national news, international news coverage. It don't go viral on social media. Matter of fact, I'm gonna be honest, they probably don't even get one of them little local text. You get them little texts when something happens, somebody, a little Amber Alert or somebody's car gets broken into, the whole government send you a little text. Hey, we just want you to know somebody out there breaking into people's car. You don't get no little text. Hey, we just want to let you know somebody out there snatching black girls. Right. I ain't never seen one of them. But let a little white girl go missing. You gonna get an Amber Alert, a roadblock, fucking all of that shit.
Yeah, they give you Amber Alert or a Tiffany Alert, but they ain't giving you no Lakeisha Alert.
Facts. All right, so here we go. A white girl or a white woman who is taken captive or arrested or something like that elicits tons of sympathy from the American public in a way that women and girls of color do not, she explained. Gilbert believed the fact that Griner is black could be a huge part of the lack of attention to her case. And then there are other demographic characteristics, including the fact that she is openly gay, she is gender nonconforming, not traditionally feminine. All of those work against public sympathy for someone in her position, Gilbert added. And I'm going to just say this real quick. Sexism in sports is part of this, and I just made that connection right now. But like I said, if her talent was perceived as exceptional, and again, I don't like this argument, and I'm going to go ahead and say it already. How famous someone is, how good they are at a sport, how whether they're the world's best surgeon, the world's biggest philanthropist, none of that should matter in these situations. If something is right, you do what is right. If something is wrong, stop the shit immediately and make it right. I really don't care who is in the situation. But what we're observing is a critique of how these things are covered, felt, and dealt with. And if she were a male sports athlete in America who was as exceptional in that male sport as she is in hers, right? Because she's a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, and literally she's like all WNBA. I don't know now because they fucked her shit up, but trust me, she's Hall of Famer. She's Lisa Leslie, Rebecca Lobo. Like, she's one of the most special female basketball talents the world has ever seen, straight up. She's 6'9".
Right.
Okay? And dominant, skilled, all of that. Now, imagine if one of the top 10 NBA stars found himself in this position. Ooh, let's whiten it on up. Imagine one of the top 10 baseball or hockey players finding themselves in this situation. Like, people would just be talking about it totally differently, y'all. And that just hit me because I'm not saying, let's face it, the attention she's getting because she's a sports star. So let's be honest, right? Like I said, it shouldn't really matter, but we're talking about Brittney Griner because she's a WNBA star. So I'm not stupid enough to say, oh, it doesn't, her level of sports status doesn't make a difference. It's literally why it's a story, whereas she's not even the only person in the situation right now, right? We already know There's other hostages in this situation. Matter of fact, there's a white guy that has been, apparently maybe part of the Griner negotiations, right? Like, I guess there's a white guy that America would also like to return home, right?
Right.
And in a sense, he's getting leverage off of Brittney Griner's story. Yeah. So that's truth. But I am saying, and y'all get what I'm saying, if it was a male athlete that was that elite in one of the major sports, it'd just be a whole different conversation. It just would be a whole conversation. And that's what this person is talking about. The fact that it's a woman, the fact that she's a woman of color, the fact that she's non-traditional in her gender role, the fact that she, is LGBT, all of that. So it's just a sad situation. So here we go. Griner's beliefs may also play a role in her perceived deservingness of spending 9 years in a Russian colony. So here's leg number 3, politics. Though she's not particularly political, having cast her first vote during the 2020 presidential election, she's received serious criticism for her views on the national anthem. I honestly feel we should not play the national anthem during our season. I think we should take that much of a stand, Griner told the Arizona Republic in July of 2020, when many athletes knelt or stayed off the court when the anthem played in order to protest police brutality and honor black Americans who were killed by police, including George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. Now, again, mind you, that was the thing that was happening in the world, and people were expressing their opinions on it. Hers was, you just shouldn't even play it. And I felt the same way. Now, every time I see, let's say, like a military thing to start a football game or at halftime and all the soldiers come out, why are we doing this? Why? Why? What does this have to do with football? And if you think, oh, well, Jay, you're just shitting all over our patriotism, then why don't you look behind it? Because if you did, you'd find out it ain't got shit to do with patriotism. It's paid for. It isn't the NFL doing it out of the goodness of their heart. It is a financial arrangement to promote the fucking military through sports. Yeah. Why? Why should we think that that's okay? But anyway, all she does is express a perfectly reasonable opinion. Yeah, you probably really don't need to play the national anthem to start a basketball game, especially not in this climate that we live in now, where this sort of subservient honoring of this flag is just real weird right now, given the national climate.
Right.
It's just nothing. It's just nothing. It's just who cares? So that's her opinion, is we shouldn't play the national anthem before a basketball game? Who gives a fuck? Go ahead, James.
Right. I mean, it doesn't have any place there anyways. And I mean, I can relate. This is, all the reasons why she thinks we shouldn't even bother playing the anthem before the games. The same reason I'm not a patriot. Nobody will ever accuse me of being a patriot. Don't even think about it, because I don't own that label. Because I understand the situation we're in. Now, I love people in general, right? Like, I care about them. And there are things
also a fatal flaw of being human.
Yeah.
You were born with that unfortunate condition, James.
Right. So, I mean, the government sucks, right? The government is not for the people. The government for themselves, right? Who should be celebrating that shit? Not me, right? And, sometimes we do some good thing with our military, but usually we're doing, jacked up shit with our military, right? So, should we celebrate it or not? I don't know. But I hate the government, right? I don't have a problem with most of the people. I only got a problem with the people that got a problem with me, to be honest, personally and generally. Yeah. Someone got a problem with me, I got a problem with them. There's somebody out there doing evil things in the world, I got a problem with them. It's less personal, but I still got a problem. Other than that, I don't care, right? So what does patriotism even mean? I don't know. Us versus them, because our government causes so many problems.
Right.
I mean, we cause so many climate problems for the entire world, and so many economic problems for the entire world, and so we cause so much suffering.
Yeah, and so you'd give it up. You'd actually literally say, hey, rest of the world, come in and reign over us, because us reigning over you has not worked out for anybody.
Oh, hell yeah. I think we should surrender to Canada or New Zealand. We just surrender. Unconditional. You're in charge now. You're our new government.
We're official. We're a colony. We're reinforcing colonialism.
Yep. Yep. I'll swear allegiance to New Zealand tomorrow if they take over. Let's do it.
The funny thing is, we'd get a better constitution immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not that's a funny thought experiment. All right. All right. So here we go. She said, I don't mean any disrespect to our country, she added. My dad was in Vietnam and a law officer for 30 years. I wanted to be a cop before basketball. I do have pride in my country. Still, some see Griner as unpatriotic. Gilbert mentioned Facebook comments she saw that basically said, if you hate the United States so much, how does it feel now? Awful.
Oof.
Awful. Do Do you know when it's okay to say something like this, James? Never. But never. I might not be super surprised if like a third or fourth grader thinks this way once in a blue moon. You know, when you're in third or fourth grade and you say stupid shit because you're a kid and you don't know any better. And
especially when you hear stupid shit from home and it sounds reasonable at home.
Yeah, exactly. That's the type of thing you'd expect. But even most third and fourth graders are like, nah. Right? They're just like, they've already outgrown this type of shitty thinking.
Right.
Oh, man. I think that feeds in a way to the whole deservingness thing. Gilbert said, people decide in their minds if someone protests or has a particular political persuasion, then that suddenly means that they're not worthy of government assistance. What we should really be focused on is the fact that she was wrongfully detained and is still sitting in Russian prison in illegitimate arrest, she added, and that any American in that situation deserves help to come home. Now, let me say this, because obviously, you know, we've been in a lot of fire the last few days over the whole PineCreek situation, which I think is beautiful because it needed to happen because he's a fucking jackass. But this is sort of this thing where I want to call out anybody that's on that tip, and it shouldn't. Like I said, it was particularly weaponized because of the midterm elections. But when I talk about how this is not the time for all of that foolishness, I wasn't just speaking about the midterm. The midterms and any other election merely serves as a potentially important point in handling our business, right? Like part of the comprehensive response of progressive thinking is when we get the opportunity to affect change through the ballot. You know, most of us strongly, try to do so.
Right.
But when I speak to what's going on in this time right now, when we're trying to do unprecedented things in terms of whatever issue you want to pick, gender, race, LGBT, class, educate, and anything, climate change, any of it, COVID, whatever it is, the war, all of it, right? It speaks to a broader cultural moment. And this Brittney Griner situation really highlights all of this. Because let's take the 3 points in turn and then simply line them up with PineCreek's bullshit. So first you have the deservingness nonsense, okay? Well, what was that fool talking about? Well, if, most of the murders are committed in democratic cities by black and brown people who mostly vote Democrat.
Right.
Why is it not okay? Why is it not okay to say that? Why is it not okay to say black people are murderous Democrats who, because it's the same fucking shit. It's taking the people who were shit on and telling them it's their fault.
Right.
And it's so the same thing. She had a vape pen. So 9 years in a Russian penal colony. You did the crime, should have been ready to do the time.
Right.
Because then you don't have to assess people. Then you go next. What's the next level? The identity shit. She's black, non-gender conforming, LGBT. Also, I got another one for you that they didn't even talk about. Remember the same way PineCreek tried to come at me with what's the most racist thing you ever been through? Ironically, the fact that she's black, gay, non-binary, all of that, they might even add, she's damned if she do, she doesn't know, because if she was poor and nobody, they wouldn't give a fuck, right?
Right.
But now that she's somebody, got some celebrity, some notoriety to hit her case, it almost feels like now they could dismiss her too, the same way PineCreek wants to make me not really black, right? Because I'm not, I don't know, fucking starving right now. I guess that's his point. I don't understand, right? But it's sort of it's sort of the dissociation from the racial implications and overtones if the black person you're after, you know, has something that you associate with status.
So it's like the no true Scotsman fallacy.
Absolutely.
Except for instead of people you're trying to like validate, people you're trying to invalidate. So, you know, you're not a true black person because black people are awful and you're a success, therefore you've embraced the white ethic, therefore you're not really black. That's his way of thinking. Because he associates like hard work and success and education with whiteness, right? His colonial conservative bullshit. So automatically, you know, it's the same reason a lot of people gave Wayne Brady a hard time from, remember whose line was it anyways?
Yeah, the show,
Drew Carey.
Yeah.
So the really funny, really talented black guy that was on that show. Wayne Brady and
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I know Wayne Brady.
So he caught a lot of grief for the same kind of way of thinking. There was even a lot of black people that were saying, you're not really black because you ain't ghetto, you ain't black. And I'm like, and then a lot of other black people push back, and I'm saying, you got to quit humoring these stereotypes of what it means to be black. That's the problem.
Absolutely.
So it makes sense to me that Doug's pushing those stereotypes because that's what fits his narrative. And he doesn't want to change. He doesn't want to grow. He doesn't want to understand. He wants to keep having these ugly feelings and have an entire political view around his feelings and not even be self-aware enough to know that that's what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah. It's fucking awful. All right, and then this person was speaking to it. So we've got the deservingness thing, and we see how he undergoated that. I mean, even as much as having the automatic machine gun fire going the entire time his video was going, right? Like the soundtrack to his political commentary was literally machine gun fire. Like just over the top. All right, now, so where do I go next with this? So now we hear the identity piece. So we got the deserving piece, then we go to the identity piece. Black, LGBT, whatever, right? Mm-hmm. Which is exactly why we say this is not the time. Now, there is scientific evidence that this is a real effect that is happening.
Sure.
That people care less when people are black. People care less when the subject is LGBT. People care less when they're non-gender conforming.
Sure. And that's a common problem for societies and for humanity. Yeah. I've been on this receiving end of it too. Now, I'm not LGBT and I'm not black, but, you know, people care less about me for being a guy, a middle-aged guy in our society. People care less about, like, if I've had doctors before realize that I lean left politically, and that I struggle with disabilities and mental health stuff and all this stuff, and they're just like making these little checking off these boxes in their own head, and pretty soon, like, I don't fucking matter. They're my own doctor or a therapist or whatever, and I don't fucking matter because I'm one of those people, right? And
really,
you know, yeah, absolutely, man. I really want to make a stream about that.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great, James, because we have this. I actually buy that. I feel that, you know. I always have those other factors going on, right? But I think some people in their head have this illusion of race and class to where, you know, you guys are all in it together, right? So your doctor's gonna like afford you. You know, he may realize, oh, we're not on the same team, whatever, but he's still gonna give you the good old white guy treatment. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But that's never really been the case. It's actually something I realized growing up as the only black kid in all white school. Like, yes, there were the racists, right? Mm-hmm. And then people were somewhere in that, and that was important, right? And again, not just me, it was the opportunity for everybody in the community. Because remember, if I was there, that community just doesn't deal with it. The community doesn't even deal with race to the point that there's an issue between the pro and anti-J people, if you will, right?
Right.
But because of me, every single family deals with race. Every single family literally knows, even if I've never talked to your daughter, you've now had to think about what would you do if you're in this situation. If I do date your daughter, how would you respond? You're gonna say, Jay, you're a great guy, one of the best students in this school, talented musician, glad to have you over for dinner, or are you gonna be a fuckface? Right? Even if I don't ever talk to your daughter, you now have to think about it, because everybody's talking about it, it's an issue, right? So, and I go to a super small school, guys. I'm not trying to overinflate my situations. Just trust me, everybody was talking about it. It's a super small school. But that's kind of the thing here is we sort of get this impression that that it's all good amongst the whites all the time. But what I realized was, independent of how somebody felt about race, there was this other thing where they may or may not buy into the other petty things. In other words, whether liberal or conservative really mattered to them, whether they were one of the really Catholic families who kind of didn't appreciate the families that either weren't Catholic or didn't actually practice but just were in the parish and therefore got the discount. Like, all these little other dramas come out. Don't get me started on Irish people versus the Italian people.
Right.
Because there's a whole lot of shit going on there. And so being the only one gave me the privilege that I was kind of only one person. And so those bigger things kind of played out, especially being a marginalized person, as though I wasn't there. So I kind of got to see the sort of weird Italian pride motherfuckers that came kind of funny to the fact that a whole bunch of people, most of like a good maybe majority-ish in my school's community were like Irish. So that was weird. And then they do all the Irish shit, and then the Polish and the Italian people would poke little holes and shit, Or like when I lived in Newark, New Jersey, and I lived in the East Ward. So Newark, New Jersey, you think of like an urban city, you think about like black people, basically. Probably. But the East Ward in Newark, different towns are different. Newark's diverse. Newark is like a little slice of the East Coast, so it's very like Italian communities in Newark. This place, I could take you in Newark where average value of a home is well over $1 million. Wow. People just don't think about it like that, right? And then the part that I lived in, the East Ward, is actually dominated by Filipinos and Brazilians. I'm not talking about Filipinos and Brazil, I'm an asshole. Brazilians and Portuguese. And the Brazilians and the Portuguese fight over everything. Almost every election, every position is a Portuguese person against a Brazilian person. Everybody knows which one is which based on the last names. And, and of course there's people that don't give a shit and they're fine and, patron one another's business. But it's steeply in the culture so that everybody knows. Sorry, the server got disconnected. It's steeped in the culture so that everybody knows, are you one of them softies who's all good with everybody? Or, are you the type of person that is going to have a talk with your Filipino daughter? Sorry, I keep saying that. Your Portuguese daughter if she comes home with a Brazilian guy. Because at the end of the day, you don't think that's okay, right? And so you realize this is just a part of people, right? And it almost feels like what the Christians.
I can't hear you anymore, Jay. I assume my internet box.
Can you hear me? Check, check, check. I just rebooted. Check. Can you hear me, James?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, great. So yeah, you just realize it's part of the human experience that people fight like cats and dogs over whatever the identity game is. It's dumb,
sure,
but we do it.
Robert Sapolsky, we've shared videos about that before, where he's like, we divide in us versus thems, all kinds of them, and we are not very good to the thems. We are just not. And so I have found that no matter if it's a doctor or a nurse or a therapist or a landlord or a neighbor or a girlfriend or whatever, man, I got to be real careful around pretty much every damn person to make sure I don't accidentally out myself as a them in some way, right? And sometimes you can't even help it. Like, like my weight has fluctuated over the years. And when I'm in my better weight range, people treat me like way differently than when I'm in my fat guy range. Way differently.
Wow.
And, if I'm, like, I've offended some people just by walking in the room at times. And it just depends on the people and it depends on the situation. But like with doctors, like I really ended up clashing with the doctor that I had last year.
I felt that way on your stream. Like I've offended some of your viewers just by popping up on your stream. They're like, oh, Jay's here. And they're just
I've noticed
instant
that too.
Triggered.
Like
they're already agitated.
There's one person that sometimes shows up in my chat who I like as a person.
Sure.
And she says that she doesn't want to follow my streams if Jay is going to show up and start using the R word. And but she doesn't take that stand if one of the white guys in Answers and Atheism uses it, which they do fairly often, or if Derek uses it or Neil uses it. It's just if the black guy uses it, then it's offensive. And I haven't pointed this out to her, and she hasn't been in chat lately. But I have noticed a difference where people will tolerate certain things a lot easier.
You mean like the slow R word?
Retarded.
Yeah. That's interesting because that's something you've talked about and been very clear about. Like I use it when I think it technically applies, and I try to be the same way. Although I'm sure I use it in a mocking or joking way sometimes as well. But sure, yeah.
Right. So I had that whole stream where I talked about social linguistic safe spaces, and people have pointed out the only thing wrong with that stream is I'm kind of monotone sometimes when I'm reading, and it's probably easier for people to like stay engaged and focused on the topic if I can be more passionate and slow down and speed up with my voice, like do different things with it. So I'm going to be working on that a lot with my when I read on stream. But I'm sure she saw that, and she never responded to it. So I don't even know what to think.
Right.
But I have noticed that there is, not for everybody, but for some people in the community, they cut a lot more slack to the white guys than they do the black guys. And I haven't called it out.
Sure.
But I'm saying it now, like that's not okay, right? Like
it's just it's so weird, I think, for a lot of us because I also want to say Captive Desk, that's Dave, right?
Yep, that's Dave.
Yeah, so he posted his latest video in the Discord. So we may have to check that out. So awesome. Appreciate that. But definitely go check it out in Discord, everybody. And thanks for posting it there. I'd like to encourage everyone to let's try to be more active in Discord, because the goal is that Discord is the really great server for keeping us in touch around the clock, right? And there's also a lot of Discord activities I've been looking into. Like Discord actually has a lot of games and stuff built into it. And so my vision is to, have our community really active in Discord and gather. So yeah, appreciate that. And I'm definitely myself trying to get in Discord more. And I'm sure there'll be some nights I'll let you guys know that we'll be playing games and stuff in Discord. Right. Because, James, you can actually do the same things. Like, so the same kind of freedom we have to, like, stream whatever we want and gather, you can do in Discord, right? And you could also stream and do shows and call-ins from Discord, right? And a lot of Twitch streamers, that is the way. If Twitch streamers were going to have you call in, it'd always be through Discord. Because most of their real friends and mods are in their Discords, and so it's just easy. And that's how I had it set up first. But then I had to kind of learn, this YouTube Counter-Apologetics game, people use Restream and StreamYard and that whole tool chain.
Right.
But yeah, Discord kind of offers those same features, right? I actually like Gather because of the visualness and I really like proximity over IP. I think it does a lot of things that people don't even think about. But the point is, Discord is functionally really great too, right? And has some advantages. But yeah. So one of the brief things I'll mention I like about Gather is even commuting, because I'm at home, because I'm by myself all the time, just the difference of, oh, I'm working, I'm going to go in this room, especially like today I came into this room because I planned to do some work on my manuscript. And so it puts me in a bit of a different visual space than, working in the other big office. And then like sort of being like, oh, I'm not working now, so I'm going to go to the speakeasy or the pinochle room. And, it's a weird thing. Just like, it's not the same as physically commuting and being in different spaces, right? But it's some of that, right? Which I've always tried to realize. Uncle Bobby said something about your sex life, right? Like you could go crazy wild with your sex life, right? But you could take it to a 10, but a lot of times a 7 or even a 3 will do, right? And so I'm trying to think more that way about my social life. We lost James again. We lost him! Let me see if he pops back in. Hey, James, can you hear me?
It reset on me. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, no worries. So I've been thinking about that way with my social life, to where I realize there's a lot of needs I can't meet online, but the more I think about meeting more of those needs somewhat online, I think is actually really productive. So
yeah.
God bless Pornhub. God bless Pornhub. Yeah. Seriously.
I know that's not what you meant, but I thought I'd throw that in.
No, but I mean, that's a perfect example. Or even that, like I'd have fun. I could have fun virtually with someone, right? I'm not really into that under normal circumstances. I really was. I think because I was into it young. Like I had a lot of phone sex in high school. And so I think I just, it felt like growing up was growing out of that. But again, that was another COVID adaptation, was that some of the people I met, it was kind of nice to start with virtual dates, right? Which were...
Yeah,
we
didn't have cell phones when I was in high school, so I'll just say that I had a lot of naughty telegraph typing. Morse code was never as raunchy. A lot of them naughty note exchanges in the hallway. I remember them hallway passes. Them kids don't know about them slick hallway passes to the girls now. They don't know nothing about passing them letters in the hallway. You kids don't know how good you got it. You had to be slick with it. I know the teacher caught your note, they'll read the note.
Yeah.
You really busted.
Yeah, plus the girls judged everything. Your fucking penmanship, your fold. Like, if you blew your heart out to a girl, but you were sitting on that shit all day, and you folded it, and now it's all crinkly, and it's hard for her to read, like, it's just not a good look. She might laugh at you. She might be making fun of that. Your shit gotta look right. It's gotta be folded properly. Some dudes went the extra mile with sense and all this other shit. But you had to take the presentation of your love letters very seriously, James, is the point I'm making here.
Yeah. Calligraphy.
Always a good option. Always a good option. Oh, the analog days, man.
Yeah.
Oh, it's funny shit. All right, so I'm going to take a quick little bathroom break, and when I come back, we're going to talk about this can you be friends with the racist thing, and we'll also wrap up on Brittney Griner. All right, so I'll be right back.
You want me to talk, or are you going to play something?
Oh, you know what? James, you can talk. That's fine. Go for it.
Oh, we can do that. So earlier today, just like I don't think I want to rant about the things that I've had with prejudices. Like I'm tempted to, but I think I might make a separate stream about that because been a lot of times, man, where I was on the wrong side of something and I had some really bad consequences for it. But I think we're going to make a separate stream to really dive that deep onto that. Earlier, I got into a discussion with somebody about atheism versus theism. And we mentioned this yesterday. Me and Jay were talking about it, where Seth Andrews had this in fact, I think Jay played some of that, where he had this speech about who your real enemies are. And it's not, this us versus them thing goes too far for a whole lot of people. And it's not just religious people that do it. It's theism, Christians that do it too. And then atheists that do it too, right? Like this whole, you're my enemy because you're on the other side of that fence thing. And, you know, Seth builds up to this point. He's like, no, he's like, you know, because a lot of these people, they're our friends and they're our family and they're our neighbors. And he's like, the real enemies are the people that are out in the streets trying to cause problems for people, right? And not the people that just have these latent ideas that they really think about. And so I ran into one of these people in the Stoicism group. Now, this guy's the guy I always clash with us in the Stoicism group. And so he's got this idea that atheism naturally leads to communism, socialism, and Marxism. Now, to him, those are all three the same thing. He doesn't know the difference between the three, so he just uses these terms interchangeably. And so atheism always leads to that, unless Christianity keeps it in check. And then if it leads to that, then it leads to mass killing Christians. So in his worldview, the Christians had to be very diligent about stomping out atheism wherever they see it. You know, because they don't want atheism to like fester into communism or Marxism, as he calls it, because then that leads to the atheists in power, and then they want to mass murder some Christians. And this is like the same kind of thing, but coming back from the other way. And I told him, I'm like, we can have this discussion if you want to. Come on my stream and we'll talk about it. But he's like, he's just like Otangelo. He says he wants to have the discussion, but once the discussion starts, he wants no part of it, right? And so he was quoting these scientific articles talking about how atheism has a depression problem and a suicide rate problem. And yeah, it does. But so he's always proposing religion as a solution to that, right? You need some God. Even if you don't have the right God, at least get you some kind of God, right? Which is weird because his God is going to kill everybody that's not the right kind. So what's even the point? But so then I had to cite some counter articles. I'm like, look, it's not that simple. Because religious people have a higher rate of depression and suicide in some countries and a lower rate in other countries. And the common denominator is community. And right now, the atheists and the secular humanists are having a hard time figuring out how to build community. We're not that good at it, partly because we're not that experienced with it. Because for all these hundreds and hundreds of years, thousands of years, there wasn't enough of us. Because so many people that didn't believe in a God didn't want to come out as not believing in a God, right? So you keep going to church, you keep saying amen, you keep your head down because you don't believe in a shit anymore, but you don't want to tell nobody, right? Because then you're going to get excommunicated or whatever. You don't need that shit. And so there's really no way to know for sure how much atheism there was 50 years ago or 100 or 500. We're just never going to know, right? So there's this rise of atheism right now, and it's due in part to two things. One is because more people are coming out as the atheists they already were, which is very much like the rise in LGBT people. There's not really a rise in LGBT people. There's just a rise in people coming out, right? Because it's safer and safer to come out. And why is it safer and safer? Because of secular humanism, right? Because of these progressive ideals. Safer society. So in the meantime, the other reason for the rise in atheism or non-theism is because more and more people are getting tired of all the prejudice, all the ugly bigotries that are inherent in biblical religions and Quranic religions, right? Now, admittedly, it is possible to migrate from the super ugly Christianity. So in other words, like Sal Cordova's and Rebecca's, right? They're super ugly Christianity. It is possible to migrate into something friendlier. That's kind of like just superficial Christianity, right? Very general ideas of heaven and Jesus and salvation and just being a good person, and right, they don't think a whole lot about it. It's not real deep, but they also don't obsess about it, right? Like, it's not Jesus this and Jesus that all the time. They're just out there trying to be good people. So that's fine. Like, so, but a lot of these people that are losing their faith are just going complete atheists. They're just going completely out of the religious domain because they're sick of it. They're disgusted with the whole thing. And they're just not interested in going halfway about it, and for different reasons. Now, I'm not saying they should or shouldn't go full atheist, right? Most people, maybe all people, end up glad they went full atheist, but there's this very emotionally traumatic transitional period when losing your faith is anything but pretty. It is anything but fun, right? Until you start to appreciate just how sober you're becoming and how empowered you're becoming. But even then, it's hard because we still don't have that community, right? And that's a big part of what we tried to do here on YouTube. That's why it matters so much. But he's pushing this narrative that atheism is morally bankrupt and therefore naturally leads to all these other evils. And so I had this long conversation. I wrote a blog about it. I always write blogs to this guy. This guy's named Micah. And he never reads them, right? Like, he just skims them for buzzwords and then barely responds. But it's a good, like, provocative kind of idea for me to write about. So then I went and dissected the difference between socialism and communism and Marxism, which are not interchangeable terms. And then I explained to him that Christian communists exist, Christian socialists exist. Atheism does not naturally lead to Marxism. Marxism was half right and half wrong. It wasn't all wrong, right? And here I am trying to explain all these nuanced ideas to him, and I know that as soon as I link this to him, he's not going to read it. He's just not going to, because his brain can't process it, because he's stuck in that tribal mindset where there's this dangerous enemy that he needs to expose and warn everybody about, so that people can know that what they really need is some religion, right? That's going to be the solution to all of the world's problems. You really need to use some religion. So that's the conversation that I had earlier today. Yes, it could spell death or poverty. Minds are flexible, sides are an illusional state of mind, right? So we've talked a lot about this on different streams, and this is the reason I love citing Robert Sapolsky so often. It's also an uncomfortable conversation to have with Christians, because they claim that their religion is a continuation of their Hebrew religion. So basically Christianity is Hebrew 2.0. But then you explain that the Hebrews were prejudiced, right? They were ethnically prejudiced. They were tribally prejudiced, nationally prejudiced, religiously prejudiced. And this is why they didn't have a different word for ethnic Jew versus religious Jew versus national Jew. It was all the same thing to them, right? It's the same way that white power people think in terms of today. They just equate different ideas because of the way that they think. And so, if you're a true American, then you're white. And if you're a true Christian, then you're white. It's just a default position for them. And it's the same thing with the Jews in the Hebrew Bible. It's the reason why they were sure. Even the Jesus character was racist, right? Even that character, no matter how right or wrong it was, no matter how true or, fictional the stories are, the character as written spoke only as a Jew, spoke only to Jews, spoke only about Jews, and made predictions only for the Jews. There was going to be this establishment of a kingdom on earth, and he didn't talk about it in a great detail, but every motherfucker in the world was supposed to die except proper Jews. That is it, right? No more contest between God's chosen people and the world, right? It was going to be finally, taken care of, a final solution, as Christopher Hitchens used to call it. And so these are the foundations of their religion. If they really dig deep down into it, is prejudice, is bias, is bigotry, right? And so they've carried this torch of bigotry out through the world for thousands of years. And people are starting to wake up to it and realize, no, we can't have that. But the thing is, it's important for atheists to realize that a lot of Christians have already outgrown the bigotry part of it, or at least most of the bigotry. It's a process, right? But there's more and more Christians every day that are pro-LGBT, and they don't have a problem with atheists and think everybody goes to heaven if they're just a good person, right? More and more of those people every day. Now, we also get pretenders, right? Because Rebecca, for example, pretended to be one of those Christians, and this is what confused people, because she'd say she's not progressive, but then she would say things like, anybody can go to heaven. But she didn't explain what she meant by that until she talked to me, and then admitted what she meant is anybody can become a Christian, right? Anybody can get to heaven even if they're not a Christian, but only if they were going to become a Christian, and God knows it.
Essentially,
right?
yes.
So if he reads
or
their
they're
heart,
a Christian in their heart, basically. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So you have to either already be a Christian, already on a fast track to becoming a Christian, and that's definitely where you were going to end up, or you would have become a Christian if only you would have heard the message, right? And so if you hear the message and you're like, then automatically you're a bad person who doesn't deserve to be in heaven. You deserve hell. Or you deserve obliteration, whatever, right? But a violent end, right? It's not a peaceful end. It's not like her God is going to just let you die of old age and then just not bring you back into heaven. Because if you happen to be walking around doing your shopping on a Thursday and that's when Judgment Day happens, he's, big, giant, 60-foot tall Jesus is going to come smash you into pulp, right? A violent end, always the way that it happens in Bibles, right? And then throw you away like trash forever, right? And so that's the problem. Like, if people like that, their message was just like, God will just let you die of old age like anybody else, but just won't bring you back, I'd be cool with that. I'd be like, good, because who wants to go to that shitty place you call heaven anyways, right? Celestial North Korea, no thank you. But yeah, I mean, there are Christians who legitimately believe that anybody can go to heaven as long as they're a good person. But then there are people like Rebecca who pretend to think that, but they say that, but they define good person as Christian, right? Somebody who either already is a Christian or already thinks and is ready to be a Christian as long as they hear the message first so they can finish, and so light bulb can go off and they go, oh yeah, that's what I already believe. That's how I already feel in my heart, right? So completely different school of thought. Completely
100%. 100%. So much here. Let's tie it back to fuckface PineCreek, because that was fantastic, James. That was fantastic. I just had so many thoughts. I don't even know where to go. I'm gonna just leave it.
Right. I tried to give us an easy segue back into the othering. So the othering, right?
Well, yeah. So here's the interesting thing about what. And I haven't played the Seth Andrews clip just because we ended up going so many other directions. But the thing that I think about this is it's a two-way street. In other words, I do think that you need to be aware of the othering, the us versus them, and blah, blah, blah. But I also think my thoughts about that are nuanced. So, number one, I think it gets a bad rap.
Which thing gets a bad rap?
Othering and tribalism and us versus them and all of that. Yeah. It just gets a bad rap. It's like being hungry. You have to be, aware. Sam, right? If Sam is not a fucking pathetic ass fucking lapdog, which literally shouldn't exist, he has to be aware at all times of who his pack is. All times, 24/7, 365. Right. And yeah, he has to treat anything that ends in the them category incredibly differently. Off rip.
Right.
Off rip.
Right.
Even another pack of local dogs, especially another pack of local dogs. Because they ain't going to want to share mates. They ain't going to want to share food. There's only so many fucking sheep to kill for, so... Right,
and they might want to kill him. Just
exactly.
Get rid of the competition.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Now humans live in this weird shit. Wealthy, privileged humans, basically, first world humans live in this weird shit where it's now cute to talk about, being anti-tribalism or whatever, because we have realized when it goes too far.
Right.
And certainly. There's a lot in our society that we can't fix without sort of addressing, let's say, the side effects, right? But in another sense, I think one, it's just part of who we are, and I'll give the example of football just being a an example of where we can put it somewhere constrained and, make it about something superficial. But also, I think it's important to embrace it as a corrective tool.
Sure.
Part of the way you let somebody know they need to change their ways is let them know they're no longer part of us if they're going to continue to act like them.
Right. Yeah, when people declare war on you, then there are sides, and it's only smart to recognize that there are sides.
That's exactly where I was going next with the we didn't start this war. And and whether you consider the them in this case, the religious right, the politically conservative, the racist, the anti-LGBT, the rich versus we represent the not rich, any of those stuff, we didn't start this war. We didn't start the war. We didn't ask for it. Matter of fact, we didn't even initially start hostile to these things. Many of us started with them. So that's the second layer of the critique that I was going to offer is playing this. So one, and here's the thing, and this has just changed my thinking since COVID. I started to think about privilege much deeper since COVID because everything became so heightened. Even my own privilege I wrestle with because I, work remotely from home on a computer, right? But I started to realize that part of the whole peaceful, progressive narrative is straight privilege. Oh, I don't like violence.
This makes sense!
I don't like violence. Can't we all just get along? Type of thinking is very much like trying to live out some fucking Beatles song or something. And it's like not the way the real world works. And if you're going to be skeptical and honest about human nature, the same way I want creationists to be honest about the fact that we evolved, then that requires me to want to be equally honest about who we evolved to be. Mm-hmm. Right? And most of our relations are determined by hierarchies, dominance, force, all of that. And so I get that we fantasize and want to create a better self, but we've got to start with where we're at. And so I think that that's often the mistake is it's like you want to tell us who have had the war declared against us to stop thinking like us versus them. Matter of fact, even to the point of, let's say I do have these neighbors, friends, family members that would never intentionally subvert my interest or hurt me or anything like that. They love me or whatever you want to say. All the more important they realize how they might be inadvertently supporting the effort against me.
Yeah.
So it's a tough thing, right? I don't want to promote the tribalism, but yeah, I think you spoke to it exactly like I was thinking. Like, if they've already started the war, you can't pretend y'all are still friends, right? Like it just doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, Hitchens had that conversation a lot of times, even on air and like interviews on news and stuff. Because the Christian would try to take what they think of as the high road and like, we love you and we're your friend and your brother. And Hitchens is like, you ain't my friend. He's like, we're at war. You're not my friend, right? No. He's like, yeah, we're fellow humans, but that's something that you guys are not correctly honoring, right? So until you can show respect, proper respect for people outside your religion, until you can stop fucking with people's lives, right? And feeling so goddamn entitled about it. Right. No, we're not friends. Right. Don't even tell me you love me and we're friends. Bullshit. Yeah, and, we're enemies.
And we ain't. And I hate to say it, I'm gonna take it further than that. We could be friendly, right? And we could be nice and we could be familial, but we ain't friends and we ain't family.
Right.
If when the rubber meets the road, you're gonna line up on the other side. Again, if I need help and Jesus needs help, and you send your money to Jesus instead, boom, there it is.
Right. There it is.
There it is.
Right. So, people got to properly respect and recognize our value if they want us to treat them like somebody who does. Be somebody who does and then you'll get regarded as somebody who does. I'm not going to pretend like you're showing me proper respect when you're not. It's the same thing Rebecca didn't seem to understand. You can't sit here on one hand and say that me and my kids don't even deserve to exist, and would be deserving of an actually violent end, right? And at the same time, say, just trying to build bridges of love and understanding.
Building them bridges. We got to make a song. I feel like bridges of love and understanding needs a fucking song. Yeah, YouTube Punks is on fire, but he said we didn't start the fire. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about.
I wouldn't mind rewriting that song, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Dave's here. Hey, Dave. I don't know if he wants to talk or not, but he's in.
There was there was a song I heard yesterday, James, that I also realized could be a atheism anthem. I think it's We're Not Gonna Take It. We're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it.
Yeah,
we're not gonna take it anymore. And I was like, yeah, let's go.
Oh yeah. I also want to do 99. I want to redo 99 Problems. If you're having God problems, I feel bad for you, son. You got 99 problems, and that bitch ain't one.
Yeah. Oh man!
Time to start writing some songs.
A nano song of building bridges. Yeah, it'd be great. Yeah. All right. So let's make sure I don't fail to tie up the Brittney Griner thing, because it does kind of tie in to this whole thing about it's something that I kind of wanted to touch on too with the us versus them. Part of the danger is misidentifying. What I realize hurts so often about a relationship, especially if you realize I should have never been with that person to begin with, is it feels like so much was lost. And I think probably was. Right? Missed opportunity, hurt, all of this stuff, right? So we don't have to, sometimes we write, it was all part of a learning experience. Yeah, but that's kind of just bullshit too. Like, so, most of us don't have to be hurt like that to learn things. Sam, come over here and lay in your thing so that, come on. Come here. Go up here. Good boy.
Aw, we love Sam.
All right. Yeah, I don't know what the hell he's doing right now. All right.
Yeah,
so,
I can't believe the mistakes I made looking back. So I got like this running list of things. If a woman ever says any of these things on this list again, run. Right.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah. So we don't know. But yeah. So I think. All right. So let's just get straight into it. So the first thing I wanted to basically line up the Brittney Griner points and use them to highlight what's going on right now, I guess in the culture we could say, or in the political atmosphere. So, and I thought those points were so great. One, the deservingness thing, and that's what really hurts right now. That's what is so, and again, right now is that time. So, what do I mean? With George Floyd, right? There was this deservingness thing. He was passing a 20-foot counter bill. He did drugs. He was on drugs. He had a criminal history. Why was he arrested in the first? All of this, right?
Right.
We hear this in almost all of these instances, and even the flip side of that, to where, for instance, in the case of like a January 6th, you can make excuses for awful behavior and in a sense still be playing this deservingness thing, almost like it was okay, right, because they felt that, the election had been stolen from them. Mm-hmm. So in a sense, democracy deserved it. Right. Well, the election wasn't stolen. We know that. Yeah, but they genuinely believed it was. Okay. Right. So it all feeds into that weaponized plausible deniability shit. I'm not a racist. I just think, if you do the crime, you deserve the time. Yeah, but you only think that when, right, certain people in certain situations. So then that leads right into the second thing. Oh, I was just going to say, which is, I'll touch on all three of them real quick. So the second piece is the identity thing, right? You only speak this way, and we have this problem. And the Brittney Griner situation highlights it. But that's what I was trying to tell Doug, is we live in a time where, as a society, we're trying to help marginalized people. Now, I get it. You're not down for the cause, but part of that is, and it's almost like I want to say to y'all, I get it. I don't actually think you can solve racism. I get it. America will never care about black people the same way it does about white people. What we're trying to do is minimize the harm that lack of care causes. And this incident highlights how the race, the LGBT, non-gender conforming, how all of these can add up to literally this woman, it being okay that this woman is going to do 9 years in a Russian prison.
Yeah.
And then the third leg is the politics. Just like the deservedness, the politics also creeps in, gives you another reason to other this person, an additional layer of, like you said, well, now I just don't give a fuck about them because they're one of those people. Right? So once she's one of those left, gay, anti-patriot hoop stars, she can go, she didn't shut up and dribble? Well, now she can go all the way fuck herself, right? Because you were in Russia to shut up and dribble, and you brought some cannabis oil with you? Good on you then. See you later. And you threw away your whole career on it. You know, and it's just like, and so that's why I'm just not okay with any of this anymore. And it leads straight into the next question, which hopefully we can roll on into the conversation, which is the can you be friends with a racist thing? Because Sean kind of was asking the question of, you know, how many times does a person have to tell a racist jokes before you realize they're just a racist, right? And to me, that touched off the whole conversation about Doug, because it's like, we have, unfortunately, this overlap in our Venn diagrams of friends. And as much as I want to say it's not about them, because it isn't, right? He has a problem. His bigotry is his personal problem. And his desire to express it all over the internet and get, pushback because of it is his problem. But when you sow such a toxic seed in an intertwined community, your ass got to reap the fucking repercussions for doing so. And it reminded me of growing up in the sense that one of the things I hated growing up was that the people who made my life the most miserable literally put me under persistent daily threat of violence and fear. Were constantly made excuses for. Like, and it was awful, right? Because it was like I'm being fucked over by popular people, right? And so now everybody's trying to make excuses for their continued popularity.
Right.
And it eventually makes me realize pretty much just go fuck itself. Like, I've just got to do what I can for me, keep who's in my corner. But when the rubber meets the road, people are not going to be motivated to do what they got to do for me. And part of what it becomes is a rationalization to the point of it's, so I know this person's a little racist, but they're popular with the girls, they're cute, they're funny, they're charming, everybody likes them, they're a good soccer player, we've been friends since middle school, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. And you get to a point where you realize, even though these people are not the racist themselves, and even though these people are not, some of them are allies. Like, oh, I think it's wrong. I would never do that. All of that, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. Still, the message it eventually sends is, I get that they're a fucking bigot, but their bigotry isn't affecting me negatively enough personally. Mm-hmm. Such that I'd be willing to risk discomfort on your behalf. Yeah. And fine. We all get to make our choices in the world. But guess what that little black kid told himself? I ain't gonna have friends like that when I grow up.
Right.
Right? Because it's just like, nah, I need some motherfuckers who like, my friendship with them is worth something. Especially when somebody does wrong by you. That's the difference, right? Like, I it's not like I'm saying, oh, hey, I really want to come between people and their friendships. I'm like, no, all I did was call out a racist. Now, if that causes you to reflect on your desire to want to be friends with this person, well, there you have it. Right? But all I did was call out a racist fuckface. So imagine me feeling like I've put somebody in an uncomfortable position.
Right.
Right? Like, just haven't, right?
Right.
But that's what it amounted to. And I think that's really what I've been trying to speak to finally in the whole PineCreek situation. Who the fuck is going to sit here and tell me, I know PineCreek's a right-wing bigot, but I just think the Flying Man is so fucking oh my goodness, where would I be without Poof or Drown? Or, I know he's a fucking asshole, but God, he's just such a great poker player. And the way he smokes cigars and tells right-leaning jokes over a cigar table, I just don't know if I can let go of that. I'm just like, okay, cool. Right? Because that's where we're at. And I'm just like, I now lose interest in people very quickly. Because I just go, oh, that's where we're at. Cool. Guess who I can't count on? Boom. All right. I know. Check. I'm sorry, but that's the world we live in.
Right.
Yeah. So this is kind of, and I want to acknowledge the comment. I don't know if they're still around, but Hillary's emails earlier said, of course you can be friends with the racists. They realize we're a safe space, and, then you can educate them. Sometimes it just comes from fear or ignorance or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that's all well and good. But here's the thing. Mostly it doesn't. Right? It comes from a hatred. It comes from a willingness to dominate others. It comes from a sense of entitlement, right? When your sister dates white guys, your sister's free to make her own choices. Your sister dates a black dude, and all of a sudden it's your business for some odd reason.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can see both sides of that. Here's the thing. There was this show called 30 Days by Morgan Spurlock. And it was like a cable TV show that ran for a while. And what he would do is they would take people with certain prejudices, and they would have them live with the people that they're prejudiced against for 30 days. And at the end of the show, they would talk about, like, they did a before interview and then an exit interview. And what usually happened is the people who have these prejudices against poor people or against Latino people or whatever their prejudices might be, they live with them for 30 days, and then they come out thinking, it ain't like I thought it was, and I'm sorry, like, it's not like that. Like, this has completely shifted the way that I think. And he never even ran into a situation where people came out the other end still having that same kind of racism. Like, they always were checking themselves at the end. But the problem is that the only people who were willing to volunteer to be part of the show or the program are people who weren't super hardened into their position. They were willing to go through this experiment on national TV and see how it goes in the other end. There's an awful lot of people. The people who wouldn't participate in that, the diehard racists, it wouldn't matter even. It was just, you just can't have a conversation with them. 30 days with the kind of people they hate won't fix them, right? Conversation won't fix them. And I think conversations pretty much never fix anybody anyways. Like, I just think that's not it. It doesn't matter if their misconceptions are based on religion or politics or some other factor.
I'm gonna put it to you like this, James. I want to know yours, but I gotta tell you mine, so my cards are out on the table. I think it's consequences, and I think the conversation is much more productive when it's following the consequences. But where are you at on what might actually make a difference?
Right. So, I mean, consequences are very influential in human psychology. That's for damn sure. But there's different kinds of consequences, right? We don't need to beat somebody up. We can just put their ego in a vulnerable position to where they have to grow. Sometimes that's enough for some people. Or sometimes they just have to.
I completely agree.
Yeah. It depends on the people and depends on the situation, but that's a very real thing. And people got to want to grow. The people that my most devoted haters in life all have one thing in common. They are not about personal growth. They think they've already got life figured out and who their enemies are, and they really, really hate the other people. And they're not thinking deeply about these issues, and they don't have the sense of accountability about it. They lead these sheltered lives where nobody who would challenge their paradigm is allowed to be in their inner circle. That way they never had to be confronted about shit, and they never have any consequences for their bullshit, ever. It was funny because when I was with my ex, she was just as critical of Christians as I was, but most of her friends in the community were Christians. Therefore, she made sure to never let them know where she stood. And they all just assumed she was a Christian because she showed up once a year at Christmas to sing some holiday songs with them, and she never said anything bad about God or Jesus or anybody else on YouTube or wherever, and so they just assumed. Whereas I was open about my atheism at the time, and that really cost me a lot. Because I had consequences, but I'm like, fuck it, I'm just going to speak the truth. But she hid from consequences, and because she hid from consequences, she never had to grow. She never had to grow, right?
Right.
And so, I mean, that's just how that works.
And some people build up a sheltered life to ensure that they don't.
Right, they do and purposely. So, like, oh man, I want to do streams about this so bad, about some of my specific enemies. Such a catch-22, man. If I make streams, if I talk more than 1 minute about a hater, then it sounds like I'm the person that's got the personal issues, needs therapy, and needs to get over the shit. But if I don't talk about it, then I can't say, here's some life experiences that I have learned from. Here's what I learned about it. Right?
Yeah. I say just go. I mean, you know me. My thing is just go for it because here's the thing. They don't really care. So why should you? So you should. Care. So to me, you do. Like, that's kind of how I feel with Doug. Like, Doug wasn't useful to me as an ally, so maybe he'll be more useful to me as an enemy. Maybe
worth a try, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. In the meantime, I thought it was hilarious that I found out the fit that he threw after I logged out. Like, he didn't stay around to talk.
That was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
I talked about this on my stream earlier today. I streamed for like 40 minutes, and we talked a little bit about that. And I'm like, he just doesn't matter to me. I didn't log out as a way to punish him or make him feel small. In fact, I wasn't even sure. As soon as I knew that that's why we went over to that part of Gather, I'm like, I ain't got time for this fool.
Right.
And I just logged out.
Right.
I was kind of hoping that he hadn't even noticed I'd been there because I didn't want his ego to feel bruised because I know how sensitive and vulnerable he is.
Seriously. The thing is... Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I want to hear the thing is. I want to hear.
Oh, I was just going to say, he's so happy to say that about everybody else. He's so happy to say, you don't matter to me, I don't care. Why do you think it should be important to me what you think? And, it's just, his hypocrisy is normally on full display. It's tough because it is like taking off the rose-colored glasses. Right, you really romanticize the person, you really like that person, and then you take off the rose-colored glasses and you're like, wait a second. I remember having that kind of thing with, I hate to say this, publicly, my grad school advisor, Rich Lensky, right? And I could say it because it was a much different experience. Because I actually sat down and asked somebody. And there was just like one day he got a little chippy with me. He was kind of going through a lot. And I was like, oh, that's like a different, I haven't seen him be like that before. And it was, once I talked to somebody else and got a little perspective, it was so easy to see that, oh, that was just a little blip on this person's radar where I'm close enough to be in their life when they're hurt and vulnerable.
Right.
And it's a total departure from their radically wonderful nature. It was, I almost felt bad. I was like, damn, the man's allowed to shit and piss and be hungry and lose his patience once in a while when he's grieving. You know what I mean? Like he was like, yeah, my bad, Rich, you know, and it wasn't even that bad, right? So it's totally different, right? Because I was like, oh, he's a human. Oh, and he's a fucking wonderful human, right? And then there's these other times where you take off the rose-colored glasses and goes, oh, now you're a human. And you're a dog shit person. You're awful. Like you said, some people, like your exes, right? Some people were a learning experience, and you look back, you go, damn, that was a really good woman. I let one get away. I just wasn't, fully grown into who I'd be yet. And, neither were they, but it's all good, but didn't work out, right? And then there's other times you were like, oh my God, I can't believe I just wasted my time with that person. I don't see anything redeeming about it. I've just got to deal with the fact that, like you said, if anybody ever gives me a whiff of that vibe ever again, run, right?
Yeah. So yeah, when I saw that Doug was about to, walk up and have a conversation and gather, I'm like, Doug is not a complicated person. Doug's there in gather, wants to have a discussion. It's just so that he can try to establish some kind of social dominance while protecting his own ego. Right. It is not about understanding. It is not about reconciliation. It's not about accountability. Not for Doug. Now Doug can talk all about other people and accountability, but himself, hell to the no.
Right.
And the thing is, I remember when you were talking about the January 6th stuff and how he didn't have time to watch that shit, right?
Right.
And it's like here he makes time to have all these opinions about shit, but doesn't make time to research the shit he has opinions about. Right. And it's like, I got shit that I'm not well versed in, my opinions, but those are the opinions I don't talk about on stream. Or if I do, I ask questions as I make an assertion.
Or you're at least flexible to say, I'm aware my opinion is based on what limited information I've seen. You got something else for me? I'll check it out. Right?
Absolutely.
That's all you owe people, right? We're not saying you've got to know it all. We're just saying be aware of how much you do know and don't know.
Right, but Doug isn't. He's not aware. And so I knew that there couldn't be a productive conversation there. I knew that it wouldn't matter what research papers I cite or what news articles I link or what arguments I make or what appeals to compassion I make or decency, because he doesn't have his emotional palette doesn't include compassion.
Yeah, if somebody told me there was documented details from a legal briefing that shows that Brittney Griner actually was bringing in bailiwick, a case full of vape pens, and then we found a history of text messages, establishing customers and a list of, their addresses and stuff. I'd be like, okay, I'm now taking the fact that she may have actually been smuggling narcotics into Russia into my opinion, right? Because I didn't know that before. But if hypothetically that, right? So I'd be flexible, right? Because I'd be like, hey, I just spent a day looking up stuff on the internet. I don't know if that's a new detail, then let's put that into. I still don't think it means he probably deserved 9 years in a Russian prison. But my point is, I could take in new information about even something, even in real time, about something I just did today. Because I know I just kind of put together something for a podcast. This isn't somebody might have gone much further down that rabbit hole than I've gone and have some new information to offer me.
Right. And I knew that Doug's brain doesn't work that way. And it's not worth my time. And it's not just about him. I do on a daily basis identify people that where there's no potential there for a productive exchange of ideas, for discovery and growth, right?
Right.
It's just not. Like maybe they could say something that would make me think. But chance in hell I'm going to say something that makes them think. And I'm like, and they're very unlikely they're going to say something that makes me think, because I've heard their rhetoric before, and all they're doing is repeating far right talking points and filtering out the religious bits they don't care about. That's it. And I'm like, if I want that shit, I could just watch Breitbart or Fox News. I don't need to go to Doug. So, I just knew it wasn't worth my time. It's the thing, like, I don't owe Doug shit, right? It's not, my beef isn't with him personally, right? It's just about with his ideas, and I've never been interested in Doug at all. I didn't unfollow. I never followed in the first damn place.
Right.
I never thought he was worth my time.
Right.
He walks into the scene. He's like, I'm not having a fallout with Doug right now. I was never in a circle to fall out of.
Right.
And I don't think he has the potential to be worth my time to discuss something.
Yeah.
I just I got shit to do.
Yeah, and I felt like he was influential enough in our community to be worth my time. And also, I had a mission, which I've accomplished, which is, as we had to do with Rebecca, we got to expose these people sometimes for the benefit of the community. Yeah. And then I call it community rescue, which is I need to get my community that is with us the fuck out of there, by exposing him so that they're comfortable walking away. And I know a bunch of people in our community have kind of gone through this process with me. But yeah, go ahead.
Right. 100%. So, like, when I exposed Rebecca, the only reason I needed Rebecca to come on screen with me more than once is so that we can get more information, so we can finish filling out the pictures of, the pieces of the puzzle. So then we have a complete, comprehensive idea of what we're talking about, right? We're not making guesses and assumptions. We're not, like, working with half the picture. So I needed her to be involved in the process. But once she finished giving those answers, one piece at a time, right? Like pulling teeth. Once I finally, I didn't need her no more. Like, then I could just have my own show, my own stream, and talk about it. Rebecca don't need to come back. I don't need it. Right. It's the same thing with Doug. It's like,
Absolutely.
Like, it just, if you have something else to tell him that you ain't said yet, or asking me we ain't asked him yet, then yeah, it makes sense to me to have him on, ask him the question, say the thing, get a reaction.
Right.
But beyond that, we're better off just talking without Doug even on screen, because try to, like,
just like I didn't even, just like he did a stream about it yesterday or whatever, and I didn't even pay attention to it. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Because I was like, whatever. Like, I mean, I'm not saying I'll never watch it. I might pop it in just out of curiosity at some point. But for the most part, I just didn't care, because it was like the same thing. I was like, I'm sure he's just doing the same thing, right? He's in his little camp, spinning it up his little way or whatever.
Sure.
And I'm not desperate for content this week. I'm actually trying to work on a paper. So, but if I was, he might get more of my time, just because, again, he might be more useful to me that way. Sub count's going in the right direction, so that's always good. Although it's rare that it goes in the wrong direction, but it happens.
Mine's stalled, but that's because I haven't been networking. So if I care about it, I might go out there.
Yeah, and the stalls don't bother me. Again, I just think people fuck up the YouTube game. They're always like worried about the sub count growing, but why not put on a good show for your subs?
Right. Yeah, I don't care about the sub count as long as we got enough people to have conversations that matter, because honestly, I'm not even sure I want to keep talking about religion. And I talked about that on my stream earlier this morning about why I kind of don't.
Oh, I got that. Give me the short version, since I didn't, unfortunately, haven't caught it yet.
So, yeah, it started with a stream from Great and Square, the rap artist who's at least famous in our atheist circles, because he's rapped in the past about, religion.
Sure.
He's a fabulous rapper. But somebody asked him in a stream, why don't you rap about religion no more? How come we don't even talk about religion no more, hardly? And so he gave an answer. And I was just paraphrasing in my show, but basically he gave a few different reasons. One, because he kind of got over it. Two, because there's a lot of people in the atheist community that, whether they realize it or not, are toxic. And he's not always feeling that vibe, right? He doesn't want to keep being part of that if they can't grow past it. He understands everybody's in a different place in their journey. If that's where you're at right now and you're angry and unresolved, then that's where you need to be. But he's past that now. And he just feels like, as an artist too, a lot of times when you're in a niche, people feel entitled. The people that the followers you build for a specific theme, like atheism versus religion, right? They expect you to stay on that theme. And when you go off that thing, because you're growing and you're expanding and you got other shit you want to talk about, rap about, whatever else, they're like, well, why don't you just rap about the religion shit? Because that's why I'm here. That's what I'm here for, man. Get back on it.
Right.
And he's but this is my art. You don't walk up and tell an artist, paint that tree I liked last week, right? And you're painting a desert scene, and they want you to paint the oak tree because they like that one you painted last week.
Right.
It's like, I'm the artist here, and it doesn't belong in what I'm trying to paint right now. And maybe next week I'll paint something and I'll put in an oak tree, but not today. And it's just like people feel entitled a lot of time to artists. And the reason Christina Rad, who is a brilliant YouTuber for atheism, like 12 years ago or so, the reason she quit wasn't because of the theists. It was because of the atheists, her own community, because they damn toxic. And not all of them, but a lot of them are brutal. Yeah. And every time, they only wanted her to have one particular thing she ever talked about. And if she went off script, like, no, get back here and talk about the shit that I'm here for. Like, they were entitled to what she does with her time and her energies and her channel. They were mean about it. And she's like, and then the cancel culture, and she's like, I'm with all this toxic bullshit.
So for me, I realized this, like, even the way I set up my streams, they're sort of set up like podcasts first, get into some shit about our community, and then I go to like what I actually want to do for the day. Because for the most part, it's like the community's not interested at that point. They'll fall off, right? Because they don't want to, they're just not as into whatever, because that's kind of that's the common thread. Like you said, it's hard to get us on the same page because we're not all into the same thing. We just share the one non-belief. I've also definitely experienced a toxic backlash in the community, so that's just very difficult to deal with, and I totally understand why people just walk away. I was lucky. I had a much more firmly rooted community of friends, so it was just like, whatever. But
you have to get a diverse community of friends or people that have bonded over other stuff. You can't really build a community by hate bonding. It just doesn't last. You need something better than that, something positive to unite with and over and stuff. And it's interesting because Graydon Square is on my friends list, but he never talks to me, even if I message him.
Right.
And then I realized why when I was listening to his stream last night. Because he sees my stream. You know how theists, if a Christian sees half the shit on my Facebook page, they ain't gonna talk to me.
Right.
They are not gonna talk to me. Well, apparently a lot of atheists feel the same way. And I didn't understand that before, because they see this shit and they're like, but I'm past it now. And they're just so tired of toxic and angry atheists that when they see my page where not every post, but like every fifth or sixth post has to do with religion, they're like, not into
that. Yeah. That's really interesting. And I've thought that it's weird to be the religion person, especially when you're not in the religion. And I think part of what I was going to say is that's another thing in our quote unquote community that's really always bothered me, is that there is a drift away from anything, because the truth is, I hate to say this, most of our community is Bible and religion nerds and philosophy nerds. And so even though it may be we think they're wrong on every philosophical point they ever bring up, or we don't believe in the Bible, or we're not religious, unfortunately, for some reason, we have to do some self-examining on the fact that, but then we kind of screw ourselves over because we only rally around that one thing. And so I'm a person who just feels like, and again, I'm not complaining about it, because it just is what it is. But I noticed the rapid and propitious drop-off. That's why I mean something like PineCreek's useful to me. PineCreek's useful to me because our audience cares about PineCreek. Right. For instance, more than it cares about Cliff. Right? Now, those of you that have actually been around long enough and seen a couple of my streams with Cliff, You're the exact opposite. You know Cliff's a far more interesting person and has far more to offer our community than Doug, right? Because he's a scientist, he's great, we have fun with him, you know, he's fucking blacksmith, he's like a crazy interesting person, right? But but most of the broader space doesn't know that, right? And so for the most part, if they don't gut it out, you know, to spend a couple hours in a digital evolution stream to get to know the vibe, they're just going to be interested when they see us, you know, discussing Doug, because they know what's up. And then when Cliff and I start talking about virtual robots having sex based on what shape they are, they're like, I'm gonna go watch a Mythvision repeat, you know. And it is what it. And so that's what I'm saying. Like for me, it's almost like you have to accept it and then work within it, which is for me, like I'll start with, okay, I'm going to do something podcasty. The numbers will be a little strong. My subs will come through. New subs and viewers will get the vibes. And then when I really want to do what I want to do, hey, if people fall off because they're no longer interested, I'm cool with it because I do have the community that's with me. So I'm like, all right, now I know who's who. And that's fine, right? And then I'll just grow slowly or whatever from there. It's also why I love Gather, because I now know who's just about the community like we are. So we're not even worried about it. We're like, cool, we're going to go hang out and Gather. So actually now it's kind of funny. Like we spend so much time in Gather that it's now been kind of fun to like watch Uncle Bobby together and Gather, or watch a YouTube video together and Gather. Why though? Because exactly what you were talking about, James. We do so much community around everything else in Gather that we rarely actually get into that shit anymore together. Right. So now it's like, oh yeah, we do like Gin and Truth. Yeah, let's watch a little Gin and Truth. Why? Because normally we're watching sports, wrestling, movies, pinochle, gaming, you know, whatever. So the occasional splash of religion is just kind of fun once in a while, but that's because, to your point, we're doing everything else. But you just got to be about that life, and a lot of our viewers, audience, you know, larger community is not about our smaller community that way, at least not yet, right? And some people are just trying to figure it out, you know, who's who, where to go, who's about what. That's it takes some time for sure, right? But yeah, that's definitely part of the picture. Go ahead.
And it helps when people can interact with you on a personal level, you know, when they get to know you as a person, because people on Facebook, if all they ever know you through or from is Facebook, your posts, then they are not getting anywhere near a complete picture. Absolutely. And so if you go look at I dropped a link to my Facebook page in case anybody wants to check it out. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead. Religion is probably the least often thing I post about. But even if it's only 1 out of every 6 posts, that's too much. 1 out of every 15 is too much. 1 out of every 20 is too much. Because if people only know you through there, even if you only post about it 3 days of the week or every 20th post, is still too damn much for them. They don't want to hear it, right? And so, but if they know you in person, like if they spend with you, play time with you in person, or if they spend time enough with you and Gather, and they either get to see you or they get to hear you, and they have real conversations with you, and you know, have time to talk about other shit with you. Exactly. Then they start to see the person. Right. And then in context, they realize you ain't all about religion. You ain't even all about hating on religion. Right. But people on Facebook will just assume it. Right. And I'm literally a nerdy wrestling fan desperate to get good enough at Pinochle to be my dad's partner. Aw. Right. But that's almost, if you look at most of what I'm doing when I'm offline, it's pretty obvious. Right. Right. Yeah. So, and then, like, my friend Rinacha from Israel had recommended a friend of hers to go talk to me. Now, this friend of hers was struggling with some shit, and my friend Rinacha is like, well, James has really helped me in life a lot, like, really helped me through stuff. Sure. She seems like a wonderful person. Yeah. She is. And so she recommends me sometimes, like, if you need a voice of wisdom and a sounding board and somebody to give you some real feedback on some real issues, he's the guy. And so this girl, this young scientist I think she's an archaeology student or whatever. She's about to get her doctorate. She added me and everything. And she was talking to me at first, but then I didn't realize that she was religious. She's kind of like more Hebrew religious, but she's very religious.
Okay.
And so by the time she realized that I post Mythvision things about different religious issues or scientific articles or news articles, and sometimes I comment, it made her feel like she was too vulnerable to talk to me because I'm one of these hypercritical, hateful, atheisty guys, which I'm not a hateful person.
Yeah.
And but she got that impression.
I feel so weird about that because I totally live with that frustration as well. And then at the same time, like, you know, I've heard people like Uncle Bobby say stuff like, well, I actually think you could build more community around it. Because in a sense, it's almost like, how much do we want to let our freak flag fly, right? I think is the question here. Because there's this risk of alienation from the broader culture. And unfortunately, that's most of the people in our lives and most of the time.
Yeah.
But then it's sort of, one, sucks because it moves us kind of away from the radical acceptance, and two, it also kind of, I think, undermines our ability to use that as the signaling mechanism we need to draw more like-minded people to us, right? Because now it's like, so for instance, I could tell you about when I started as a streamer and I played wrestling games and done all, if I go back to that life, nobody would have an idea I'm an atheist. Especially if I almost as a quote-unquote rule don't or rarely ever talk about religion, right? So what I'm doing now is kind of interesting because it's atheist forward, but then I'm putting in all this other stuff. So it's a really funny balance. But yeah, I totally get that vibe about sometimes just wanting to leave it all alone, especially because, number one, it is sort of I hate to say it, repellent for a lot of people. And then on top of that, it makes it so your own network isn't really supportive of you when you try to do something outside of that.
Right. So you've already been pretty outed yourself with everybody outside that network in a way that makes it to where they're not going to be there for you. And then now the people in your network, they will be, but a lot of those people are like, as long as you're one of us, like as long as you're playing this role on our stage. And not everybody's that way, but a lot of people are. Like,
A
lot. And so, it's like I'm burning more bridges than I'm building.
And it's the same way. I probably wouldn't watch Matt Dillahunty do streams about baseball. Like
Fair.
Don't care about either enough outside of the space to just invest in that, right? And so I'm okay with it, but I totally recognize that this is a great thing to chat about and work through. I'm actually just willing to be small, James. I'm willing either way you play it, right? I'm willing to just kind of strike out and do my thing, but I totally get the wanting to go away from it.
Yeah, I don't want to go completely away from it, but it's like I honestly don't usually feel like I'm helping anybody. And it's okay if I'm not. Like, I don't take that personal, but I just usually feel like I'm preaching to the choir. Everybody already knows this shit. Everybody already agrees with this shit. It's nice to hear, a little bit of validation about it once in a while, but people are like, I'm not telling them anything they don't know.
Right.
And I just don't, that's why I prefer to talk about relationships. Because relationships is a domain that a lot of people, because everybody's got relationships of some kind, and moving forward, we'll have other relationships.
Sure.
And that shit matters, right? And a lot of people, a lot of us out there making some mistakes, and I've made those mistakes, learned from them, and I want to share those with people to say, okay, like, here's what happened, here's what I learned, think about it, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it could matter, but the thing is, like, that's not the community we've built. I didn't find these people at a relationship channel, right? They didn't find me at a relationship channel. We found each other at PineCreek or Mythvision.
Sure.
So, it's kind of like grocery stores. doesn't matter how good the stuff you're selling. If everybody's used to shopping at Kroger's or Walmart or wherever they've been going, Whole Foods, then they're probably not even going to stop. And if they do, maybe you can get like maybe, a dozen, 20 regular customers that always make you part of their weekly rotation, because you got something good that they can't get nowhere else is good.
Right.
But most people are still going to drive right past you every day and go to
the bigger store.
Apologia and Mythvision and these other places where they're getting their intellectual produce.
Yes.
So
yeah.
That's just it. The niche is too small. It's too competitive. So I don't think it's realistic for me to think that I can build a career with it.
Definitely not. Yeah, I don't think so.
No. And with that being the case, and not wanting to build a community out of, we all hate religion.
Sure.
Just don't want to, and it's like, I tried to find other ways to connect and to be there for people, but I just feel like.
So it's interesting. Relationships is, I think, a good one. It's interesting for me because I've also, I'm always down with that, right? I literally wanted to be a dating coach, right? And eventually I decided I actually decided to go more in the route of the show because of the mass communication, sort of giving it away, and then using it to actually go more towards education, like actually, doing like Dr. Carrier does, where we're like, oh, I've got books and I can do classes based on the books, right? The class is the way to sell the book, actually, right? What was the model we were with? Oh, I think the book was free, and then you could pay to take the class, right? So I liked relationships, and then politics is the thing, me and my dad, thanks to my dad, have been just doing forever. And so when I was thinking about getting into, I guess, podcast, this would be setting other creative interests to being in other domains. It was like, those were the three potential areas, right? It was either going to be politics.
Keep talking. I'm listening with my keyboard for a minute.
It was either going to be politics, relationships, or I guess the counter-apologetics stuff. And I think it ended up being the counter-apologetics stuff because of the opportunity to do a hot program with my one black friend. But I think for me overall, it probably, I don't know. I feel like I was probably more motivated in those other domains because, as much as I liked the counter-apologist, I always felt like, doing a dating show with the female co-host was always the thing I've been trying to do since I was in college. And then I really sort of admired the gig of sort of like the leftist media people, like the David Pakmans. I now actually say David Blackman, David Pakman and the Young Turks. Like, I was like, oh yeah, like that's what would be dope. And then, but all but again, like you said, like my friends were in the counter-apologetic space. So yeah. But yeah, I also would like to branch out more. And I think we just got to do it. You're going to start small, but you're lucky to have some people to do it with. And I think as your content changes, you eventually find the other people. So I think it's all good. I mean, I think it's important to do the stuff we do out here, and I think it definitely has an influence. I think it definitely has. Plus, I think we do things real differently. My channel, James's channel, just our community in general is very different than I think the way other communities are, and certainly the way other atheists are. I don't think we're obviously I'm a little biased, but I don't think we're toxic like a lot of those other communities. All right, so I think I'm good to go though on the Griner thing. All right, so let me flip this now to this can you be friends with the racist conversation, because what I wanted to say is, like I said, I see the side of, or the point that Hillary's emails made before. And I'm not trying to invalidate that point, but I'm trying to have a different conversation. So it's very important that we pay attention to this conversation so we all stay on the same page. I'm not saying, can you be friends with a racist? And you got to remember, part of what the title is, I'm trying to give you guys a preview of the day's show, and I'm limited to 100 characters. So shit has to be always condensed because I'm always over it. But there's a point where, let's just say it early on, when someone in your life demonstrates some problematic behavior, right? And you want to, reach them in a pro-social way, right? So, yes, you can be friends with someone who's, let's just say, racist. And the thing is, what you're going to do then is leverage your relationship with them however you want to hopefully address the issue. And yes, right, there may be good and valid reasons that you have to remain in this person's life. Certain friends and family you just can't get away from for whatever reason. What I kind of want to do is table that and set all that aside, because it's not invalid, but I want to have a slightly different conversation, which is that there becomes a difference, and Doug's the example we're going to go with because it's the one that's on the table this week, because he's the idiot of the week based on his own behavior and choices. Where a person has dug in for yeah, really, literally, a person's dug in their bigotry, essentially.
Yeah.
And when I think it goes past a certain point where a person is I don't know, the word I'm looking for is like strong or something in that particular part of their identity. Like you're not getting through them. Let's just put it that way. You're not getting through to them. You're not going to. And it may be, let's just say it may be obvious to everybody except you, right? There comes a point where, and again, this is just a reflection about my experience growing up. And something I just want to talk about, because it's something our allies and friends have to be careful about. There comes a point when you're in a bad situation, because what happens is people realize the only thing that may get through to this person is indeed social consequences for their behavior. And what happens is everybody then has their own, what feels like to them, very valid reason to not be the person who holds that person accountable. And so what happens is, it's basically the passive version of it's bad, but it's not that bad, which basically says it's really actually okay.
Yeah.
Because the message you get as, let's just say, people who are in the group in question here, it's like the message you get is so and so's got a little problem with this, but you know, they're a little homophobic, but they're a killer bartender. So and so may be a little racist, but they're just such an integral part of our pool group. I don't want to have to stop going to pool with them. And the thing is, I kind of get that, because let's be honest, we all have blind spots in our life. We all have things that we're not up on, and I don't think that people should be isolated because they are not, perfect human beings or whatever, right? But most of us recognize and bear a certain social reasonableness, right, that allows us to be corrected, right? And when a person's far outside that, it's like, well, if the people who can activate the social consequences aren't willing to do so, then to the other people, they become the thing by which this thing is allowed to continue. Because I remember, for instance, like growing up, it was like, well, if y'all are not gonna suspend this person from the soccer team or make them sit on the sidelines for threatening me, or the this or that female that thinks he's cute is still going to be all about him, even though he's doing this shit. It's like, what the fuck? Why the fuck wouldn't they? Because there's literally no consequences. Everybody's got some fucking excuse why nothing needs to be done about this. So the message it sends is nothing needs to be done about this. So this is kind of like the inconvenient truth, because that's what privilege does. And then you feel like everybody else is in the privileged position where this isn't that much of a problem for them.
All right.
Literally, even if it's a threat to your fucking safety. So my safety isn't worth what? You suspending a motherfucker for a soccer game or something? Because again, imagine if they'd have suspended him for a soccer game, or whoever it would be, right? Just imagine some consequence like that. That would send a pretty strong fucking message. Never happens. Be pretty fucked up if you didn't have a prom date because you're racist. Never happens. Be pretty fucked up if nobody showed up to poker night because you're a fucking bigot. Never happens. Be pretty fucked up if you weren't invited to family dinner on the holidays because you're a fucking homophobe. Never happens.
Right.
So we all sit around and go, there really needs to be social consequences for this shit. And then, okay, who should be the person who delivers the social consequences? Everybody's not me. Right?
Right.
and I'm just saying, like, now we got to be aware of that, because that's the risk. And what happens is, what's the lead to? Well, now people like me don't want to be friends with people like that. Because again,
right.
I grew up having to deal with that bullshit. Now I want friends who are going to act like friends.
Sure.
And then you just, so I was just going to say, you lose interest in people like that, because you kind of get disappointed and you're like, I'd rather spend time with other people. Go ahead.
Right. I mean, look at the social consequences that really, really stung for PineCreek yesterday. And I'm not even in his circle and never was. It's just, I gave him more consequence by walking out the door as he's walking in than I ever could have given him by having the argument with him. And it's just like, but that's because I'm on the outside, right? Like, that's the only way to make it sting for Doug. But people on the inside, they just need to they need to walk out too. They'd be like, okay, I'm walking out too. Because if it stings that much with me walking out when I was never one of his people to begin with, then imagine how much consequence he's going to feel if somebody that was part of his circle is like, nope, not having that. I'm just done. So, but at the same time, I mean, I'm adding to that just so everybody knows, I have decided I'm not inviting Doug over to my house for Thanksgiving dinner.
Me neither.
Nah.
Yeah, fuck that shit. And I'm gonna cook me something banging too. But no, and the other thing, again, I want to make it clear, it's not their fault. It isn't their responsibility. They're not fucking obligated to. It's just when I was thinking about this, I was like, oh, yeah, this is that other part of the consequences, like for me and everybody else, right? Was that it like poisoned the well of some of my other friendships. So, for instance, people who I had played basketball with, who had literally like spent the night at my house, who I considered friends, and then we just grew apart because they were always, permissive and buddy-buddy with my enemies, right? And, and I could compare it to, once all that wasn't the case and then everybody was chilling together and it was fucking phenomenal, right? But it sucked. Like, it sucked. And it hurt because you were always in a battle that you didn't start because of something you couldn't do anything about and you didn't do anything wrong. And then you bear all the consequences of their bad behavior.
Oh, I've been there. Man, I've actually paid more consequences for other people's shit than I have for my own in my life. Like, way more.
It's crazy.
And, yeah, it is crazy, but that's what happens when you live in a world where there's so many goddamn unaccountable people. No, I say the best way to like limit your losses is to set not just healthy boundaries, but sometimes some healthy boundaries is you just ain't even dealing with them motherfuckers. Some people are just the only way.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, I don't have an opinion about what any individual should or shouldn't do.
Exactly. I almost want to put that as that's the big hashtag, right? Yeah, like I don't know.
You do you. Your journey belongs to you.
Yeah.
But it ain't a good look.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel bad for some of our friends, right? Because that's a shitty position to be in. But here's the thing of it, and I was thinking about this too. I highly doubt, and I know this will be sensationalized, and if a hater sends this to Doug, he'll get a kick out of this. I can't see him being a good person to be in any kind of relationship with. I can't imagine him being... I'm sure I'd be alarmed by his parenting style. I'm sure the way he treats his loved ones would be of deep concern to me. And I don't understand how an individual like that can be a good friend. Now I understand, and I hear this, and I heard this shit growing up all the time. Oh, it's so different if you know them and they really like you and then they care about you and they're just the most wonderful person to the people they actually care about, and it's so unfortunate you're not on the list, right? But I doubt it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I mean, I get that they're in, I get that there's a lot going on and all of this, but I just doubt it. Think about the shit that these people say. You think it's good? You think that makes you it'd be good to be married to somebody who says shit like that? Or, that's a good look, right? We talked about kids saying stupid shit in school because it was said in their house. And it was normalized in their house, so that you're that kid that fucking insults marginalized groups in school, and when you get in trouble, you're like, why is everybody so sensitive? Y'all should be more dead inside. Yeah, good job with that. Right. Fucking father of the year. Oh my God. Go ahead, be clip it. I don't give a shit. I mean, it's just the reality of the situation. I don't think terrible people are good to be in relationships with. Not when they know they're terrible, get a kick out of it, and they're like, yeah, that's kind of my deal. It's like you said, right? If a person comes out of the woodworks on you on some crazy shit, all right, well, now you know. But if you keep linking up and then eventually the crazy shit's on you, then it's like, well, what did you expect from them? Yeah. So I don't know. I know I get that there's a different side to all of this. Like, I know I fell in love with girls who were raised by racist dads who they just were absolutely convinced they were the fucking most wonderful dads, racism aside. I always doubted it. I always really, really doubted it. I always thought that maybe part of it was they don't have any other father figures in their life to compare them to, right? Like, right. Yeah.
Well, a lot of people are that way. They just say, well, such and such has always been good to me, So, they're a great character in my story. They may be the devil in your story, right? But they always been good to me. And a lot of people just think simplistically like that, and it just makes life easier for them. And what are they going to do anyways? Because even if they become completely disillusioned with Dad, he's still going to be a racist. So,
yeah.
I mean, I guess maybe they could try to exert influence, but I think usually
that video you were talking about is really great. Yeah, that's so interesting, right? You could try to exert influence, but in that video was saying you don't even try. I don't know. There's so much. This is really a complex web, right? Because if you decide not to call it out, then you're left in that web of choices. But yeah,
which video?
6 ways to deal with when you don't.
Oh yeah,
don't
the
fight
narcissist
with the narcissist. Do these things instead, or whatever.
Right.
That was
so hopefully somebody picked up some pointers on that, not just for their own relationships, but with Doug. Because that's just how it works.
Yeah,
Even with ones that are more like outspoken, like Sal Cordova, who's like super narcissist, or Rob from Sentinel Apologetics, or somebody that's way over the top with their narcissism. The same ideas apply, right? They just matter more because these people are more extreme. So
so Doug is kind of, like I said, he's the flavor of the week, right? But this really applies to me, and I just want to reiterate that I do feel bad, because again, I feel like it's totally normal to be friends with somebody like this.
Yeah.
As we've talked about, it's normal to fall in love with somebody like this. But it's a real challenging thing with what to do when you figure it out. I can give you another example. Like, Apologia just did, the video with Uncle Bobby, and it was really big for Uncle Bobby. And it was weird for me, because I'm like, on one hand, I feel like Apologia knows I'm out here and just like hasn't tried to hit me up or whatever, right? And I feel like I've, myself, like, not really tried to link up with him. And part of it is like that. And also, I don't know what's up with, like, he's a big, he's like, he does shit with Robert Beatty, right? Because him and Beatty are both Hovind haters. They're like, I guess he's done a video with them, and then he's made some contributions to other shit that they've done with other people. And so it's hard for me, because I'm like, this is a person who I feel like legitimately harassed me in real life, and I consider it like a fucking problem. And so even though I have no reason to like think any differently of Apologia, it just created like a natural discomfort that led to a certain like passivity, like, just because it's like, ugh.
Well, I had to wrestle with that too.
Like,
I had to wrestle with that not long ago when Derek had Nathan on, because I really had a problem with Nathan on a personal level, but I don't talk about it because the more ancient that history becomes, the better, and I don't feel like I need to cause more division in the community and blah, blah, blah. But
really?
Oh, yeah. And so when he had him on, so, next to, what was it, Rationality Rules and Apologia or somebody, and I was moderating, so I was supportive, and I didn't say anything shitty, and not that I would anyways in Derek's channel, but, like, man, just throwing Nathan up there, like, gave me all kinds of cringe. Like, come on, not this asshole. You couldn't find nobody else to fill that third guest slot, really. And it just legitimized him in such a kind of way that I didn't like. But it's Derek's channel. I never gave Derek no grief for it. I won't give nobody no grief for it.
Sure.
But I do. I think that Nathan's got like a multiple personality thing going on. We're 90% of the time he's chill and cool, and like, who wouldn't like the guy? But man, when his mental illness is flaring up, he's beyond toxic. He just flat out abusive. And it's like, if I can control myself despite all that I've been through in life and deal better with people than that, then so can he. So can he, right? And I just...
So I'll tell you the thing that bothered me, and I've been trying not to because I don't know. I don't know what to think in these situations. And in some sense, I think the way people responded to this Doug thing said a lot, right, about them, and positive and negative. And I don't know if it's just a tactic or a thing, but the way Nathan pulled up on Doug seemed to basically be more gaslighting.
I didn't watch his interaction. Who was gaslighting who there?
Like Nathan, because he pulled up on Doug and basically, I guess, was trying to make the point that he doesn't know if Doug's way of going about what he's trying to do is the most effective, but he started by saying that he thinks it makes his point if people like me are going to get emotional when Doug says what he says. It just, makes our message less effective or whatever. And I'm tired of people just repeating right-wing tropes that flat out aren't true, right? There's not true.
Right.
And it's classical gaslighting. Oh, you should, that's what the definition is, right? Like making people feel like they're not feeling the right way. And so when you have a bunch of white boys sitting around like, oh, let's philosophize about the proper response of marginalized people to being fucking bullied on the internet, is kind of a go fuck yourself out the gate type of situation, right? And I think that that's kind of a problem, is people are still not recognizing that the fact that that's what feels dehumanizing. That we could all sit up here, buddy, chummy, and talk about you being a bigot, it's just a moderate critique of your particular brand of entertainment, rather than what the fuck is wrong with you to do this type of shit to people for your own enjoyment, and then have the audacity to strip them, run them down when people tell you that you've hurt people. I don't, and then get up here and advertise new inventive ways to continue to hurt people, and then force everybody on the panel to admit that the vaccine can kill you and all this shit. And I'm like, why is this so it becomes this, and it's asking the same question, and it's taking me right back to high school, and this is the risk for the allies. Why is this a person you want to hang out with? Why? What do you mean they're good? They're a great pool player. Who the fuck can stand this person long enough to play pool with them? What the fuck is that about? It's just like it does start to bother you, because you realize this is all the shit where there's just no fucking consequences for it.
Right.
And they've made it clear that there's only very limited, relationships that are consequential to them. Go ahead.
Right. I mean, this speaks to what I tell people who vote conservative. I'm like, you can tell me you're not a racist, but I notice it wasn't a deal breaker. Right. Right.
Oh my goodness, that's spot on. Yeah. Spot on. Right. And it is for me. I'm hard pressed. I have people in my life who I think say certain things that are insensitive or whatever at times. Mostly they expect to be called out on said things. But for the most part, we don't get down like that. Even in my club, I'm trying to think, because I know there's a lot of conservative motherfuckers in my club, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they make a lot of, for instance, they make a lot of gay jokes, right? Or sometimes we'll tease the female members and shit like that. It's never really translated to the flavor of phobia, discrimination, or bigotry, right? Right. It's always straight dudes who want to make jokes about I'll suck your dick for some cocaine or something like that. Literally gay jokes, jokes about them pretending to be gay. It's not making fun of the gay person, right? Right? It's just cool. Like, it's weird, but it's not, it's not my particular, you know what I mean? But it's whatever, right? And my point is, you said, I noticed it wasn't a deal breaker. For a lot of us, that's because it's a deal breaker, right? When somebody's coming up through hangarounds and prospects, if we notice something like that about them, it's a fucking deal breaker.
Right.
It's like, oh, yeah, someone said some homophobic shit. Really? Like a joke? Or like, no. Like, oh, yeah, no, I was there the one night. They got, yeah. And they said a few homophobic. All right, they're done. Like, yeah, kick them. Just kick them. Fuck are we sitting here talking about? Just kick them.
Right.
You know, now somebody might get in and put some, but they learn quick. Like, even like the COVID shit. Like, I got a lot of unvaccinated people. There's unvaccinated people in my club. Right? That shit got brought up a couple of times. I'll let everybody fucking have it. Fuck off. And they know, don't even dare bring that shit up.
Right.
Because I'm not playing it. Be dumb if you want to, but you ain't gonna stick no poison in this club and not get the fire for it. Like,
right. And I've had to grow in that way too, to set more clear upfront, here's the line, don't cross the boundaries.
Yeah.
Like with Stephanie. Like, we just kept telling her no, and then I lost my shit. And I felt bad afterwards and apologized for losing my shit, but she was still in the wrong.
Right.
That shit ain't okay. Now, keep it to yourself. Don't blast it in chat, and then people tell you not to, and you keep doing it. Right. And I had the same problem, honestly, with the same person over on Mythvision. She kept saying shit about Dr. Bird while Dr. Bird was on stream, and she kept denigrating gay people. And I'm like, you can't do that here. And she's like, you're trying to silence me? And I'm like, no, you just can't do that here.
Right.
People, right? So even on my channel now, I set harder boundaries about shit. Otherwise, people just walk right past them. Yeah.
So about the Nate thing, like, YouTube Punk said he has a soft spot for Doug because Doug helped free him from threesome. Totally. And then he said, having said that, Nate pushed back, but it was on the mild side. So I agree. Sure. And that's a couple of my complaints. Like, number one, it's on the mild side. But number two, he reinforced the whole problem in the process, right? And that's what I mean. You got to be careful, because then again, it seems like you're more concerned. It's like that alt-right playbook, man. That shit is stuck in my head, right? Because what their point was this: if you're not explicitly anti-racism, then you're in this other part of the spectrum where you might not think of yourself as being part of the problem, but you are, in fact, part of the problem. And part of the way you might be part of the problem is because when you address the problem, you keep trying to address it on the terms of the racist people or the racist enablers, rather than the people of color who need your help or any other marginalized group, right?
Right.
And so when you say, maybe as a compliment sandwich, hey, white man, I'm going to agree with you on this, right, only so I can mildly criticize you here and then probably out myself, finish up on you know, another softy compliment or whatever, right? You could do a lot of damage with that, just to be clear, right? Because it's just not the appropriate way to respond to this shit. And then it also makes you seem either weak or naive. Weak enough that you just can't, you know, really speak to this person. Like you said, if you could really call out people like the way you call them out on your channel, but then you can't really speak to Doug when he goes basically full apologist on us. What's up with that?
Right.
And then if not weak, then naive, because again, Doug's not operating from a place where he's not aware of what he's doing.
Right. So, yeah.
I'm just saying, so you make yourself look like a fool because you're treating them like, oh, I'm going to try to get through to them because they're just misguided, and the rest of us can see this is not they're just misguided type of situation. And just quickly, that was the point of saying, can you be friends with a racist? That it's not about that gray area of can you be friends when you're trying to, you know, influence somebody who's severely misguided. This is, can you, you know, how hot, you know, like they said, like Sean said, how many times can you how many times can someone tell a racist joke before they're a racist? Like Nitty said, how many times do you get coffee with Kanye? And my way of reflecting on it growing up was eventually, and here's the risk. I'm not telling people what you have to do. I'm just layering the perspective from where I sit. What I reflect on growing up is what you end up doing is you send a message, maybe intentionally, maybe unintentionally, that says, let's just say X is the reason you're friends with this person. Their X is more important to me than their racism, their homophobia, their whatever it is, right? And then that's the message that you then send to the people that ostensibly you want to say, I'm an ally, I'm on your side, I'm one of the good guys, I'm here to help. And then sometimes I'm realizing our response when we're honest, if you're in my position, is, well, hey, you're no longer helping.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. You were going to say something. I just wanted to get that out to make sure I cover my title.
Oh, that makes sense. It does. And there's gray areas in some situations with some people, right? Like I've been thinking lately, and I know this is going to seem, it's such a shocker. I almost want to do a stream about it because people are going to think it's clickbait. But I actually been thinking about trying to find a nice church to go back to just to hang out with some people, like one that don't not a fundamentalist one, like a progressive one that accepts LGBT people and thinks everybody can go to heaven if you're just a good person. If I could find one like that. I don't want to do the Unitarians because I don't think they're genuine at all. And they're just as toxic as anybody else. But I'm so sick of not having a people where I can get, a hug once a week. And sometimes somebody will say, appreciate me in person, right?
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
I just don't know where else I'm going to get that. I've been blacklisted by the local atheists. I don't think I've ever talked much about that, but I can't even go to the local atheist group. So,
really?
Yeah. So I don't got a whole lot of options if I'm going to start, stop being a hermit and stop letting COVID control my life. Because I'd hide from COVID for another year if I thought there was a damn end in sight. But the scientists are all saying no. XBB is the latest variant. It ain't hit as hard yet, but it's gonna. And then there'll be another one after that, and another one after that. It's
here's what I'm gonna tell you. From what I hear, James, I don't know. I think we all got to think about our safety first, and I just think the social pull to if the social was pulling me towards something, it'd be different. I don't know. I'm trying to get some. Right, so I'm with you there, and I miss going to church. I always tell people it's the great irony of all of this. Is the thing I miss most is going to church and being a church drummer. I was happy. I just had a great gig, great church, and they were a really big part of my life, and it made me realize there wasn't much missing. You know what I mean? It went from there being a lot missing to cute girl or two, and some friends, I'm good to go. Stay focused on what we got to stay focused on. But, I don't know. At the same time, with this whole COVID thing, I can tell you that for me, a lot of people are really regretting it. Now, there's some people who are just going to play it off like it's no big deal. They've gotten it a few times. But most people I know, it hits them really hard. Right? I'm afraid of COVID. I ain't going to lie to you. Part of it is I really... even, from what I hear, even vaxxed and boosted people, it's it'll lay you out. So I'm very careful because I just don't want to deal with COVID. So it's I'm scary like that, I guess, about this thing.
Yeah, you could still get the worst version and die horribly from it. You could. Yeah. If not, the odds of that are less now than they were when the pandemic.
No, I'm not worried about that. Good. I'm worried about it just being a rough experience. I'm not worried about dying from it. I'm worried about just being really sick, away where I just go, it's not worth it. So that's what I think COVID has done, right? They've the Jedi mind trick of the manufactured consent is to make you keep paying attention to this thing and keep saying, it won't kill you. Think about how you used to treat a bad flu season. You just drastically changed your social behavior. Why? Because nobody wants the flu. right? You thought there was a next to zero chance you die from it. You just didn't want to get really, really sick. So all of a sudden it was worthwhile to be like, I'm going to adjust my behavior because I just could get really, really sick and I don't want to get really, really sick.
True. And then long COVID is a thing too.
And then long COVID, right. Yeah. So with COVID, they fucked around and started saying, oh, well, you're not going to die from it. Nigga, what the fuck's selling? Has anybody ever showed up with some shit door to door? Matter of fact, if you show up with my shit door to door and the first thing out your mouth, you're not going to die from it, I'm closing the door in your face and we're never... Right? That's like, what the fuck? You can't possibly be selling me something I actually want if the first thing you got to remind me of is I'm not actually going to die from it, right? And that's where people are at. And I'm like, yeah, have you talked to anybody that had it or got it or has it currently? Because they all sound like shit. And most people will tell you it's the most sick I've ever been in my life. It was awful. It was terrible. And I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Now, this is people who are vaxxed, boosted, 6-figure salaries, good health care, oral treatments, best doctors in the world. Just getting to and through all of that just still was enough for them to be like, no, don't be, that COVID is nothing to fuck with, right? You know what I mean? And like, I just don't, to me, it's like sick and twisted that we're now just trying to force everybody to like normalize exposure to something that can make you really, really, really sick under. Isn't it wonderful that it won't kill you anymore? Like, kind of, but I think you missed the point. We try not to get sick out here. Also, because, it feels nice, man. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. It also feels like kind of nice, right? Because it's like a pandemic, bro. And if you could chill and lay low, you have very little risk in a pandemic. Now, I don't know what the rest of y'all sitting on, but to me, it just is what it is. But that's kind of what I'm doing, right? So I trade a lot of things for that. But it's kind of nice because the peace of mind is really nice. Even dating, it gets annoying because, like, I notice stuff like my partner brought so much risk into my life that I didn't need, right? And then drama around that where they started to be, like, disrespectful of me taking it more seriously. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah.
And then shit like the girl I was dating was like a dance coach. So she'd be like, oh yeah, I always make my girls mask up and keep their mask on. And then why are you showing me pictures where they don't have their mask on?
Right.
So now you're lying to me and like putting it in my face. And then when I say something about it, you get mad at me. Excuse me. You lied to me. What the fuck? Excuse me. I'm sorry. What? So what? Right? Because again, it became like, oh, somebody who's taking it really seriously, they're unreasonable. So now we could dip, dive, socialize on these people who want to be all COVID conscious and shit. And it's just,
yeah.
It's really irritating to me. But yeah, I just think about it like you got to survive. And and maybe the deal with COVID is we're not trying to survive COVID, we're trying to survive the stupid.
Right.
Now, unfortunately, now that stupid and COVID done linked up, this is a fucking endurance marathon.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be at least a few more years, I think, before, there's a proper way to disarm the COVID. I don't even know what they're going to do. They don't even know what they're going to do, so...
I'm now, it's a little weird. I'm almost, okay, so from a mutational, you could get a variant that's much more like the common cold that dominates and brings enough something that it just does become normalized. Like it's a normal winter, it's a little COVID variant around there, but it's literally, we probably call it cold COVID. But do not let anybody call it that other than the consensus of scientists. If Fox News starts calling something cold COVID, no, that doesn't count. They be doing that right now. So, but I think that's unlikely. because there's just no reason that it's any more likely. There's just no reason. People don't realize that. People are always like, oh, well, yeah, but it's good for the virus to become more mild because then you spread more or whatever. It's like, that's not really the issue, right? So, I don't know. So, but anyway, sometimes actually, I hate to say this, but it becomes like I become like a theist, where you start to say, do I hope it gets worse? So that more and more people just say, okay, we've got to just deal with this seriously now.
We're damned no matter what happens. If it doesn't get worse, nobody's going to take it seriously, and we're just stuck with it forever. It does get worse, a whole lot more people suffer. And as a thing, like, I just think that people are just so set in their ways that even if we end up with a variant that forces everybody to take it seriously like it's new, like it was new, it won't last. People will get tired of the precautions and they'll just start going back out again. They'll be like, yeah, I got a lot of kids and some of them die. That's all right. I got grandparents I love, but if they die, that's all right.
Well, I kind of think it would take. I think it took. I'll put it this way: when it happened, I started saying this is a bad time to live in a democracy.
Right.
Because it would be preferable to be somewhere where we could just say, nope, we're locking everything down, shutting everything up. Sorry, don't care. And then when it comes back, it's like everybody got to take the vaccine. Yeah, you just do. And and then you can't. Yeah, you get tested. You everywhere. You could get flagged everywhere. You know. And then it's like you can't work nowhere. You can't shop nowhere. You can't get in. You can't get in nowhere. But you know, everybody would rather enforce stupid than sane.
Go ahead. We ain't nothing we can do about it though. Except talk about it. They ain't listening.
Ain't nothing. Yeah, and they ain't listening. That's for damn sure.
So, you know, it's frustrating. But this is one of the things I feel like, even when I talk about relationship issues, or we talk about health and science issues, or we talk about religion, I just feel like if somebody already agrees with me, I'm preaching to the choir. And if they don't already agree with me, I ain't gonna change their mind. I don't really think I am. And the religion stuff, especially because, you know, we're not reaching people who are fence sitters. We're not reaching people who are coming in as theists saying, I don't know if I'm only 99% sure about Jesus. Let me see what Jay and James have to say about it.
Overwhelming.
Those people ain't coming in our chats and talking to us, right?
Right.
I just feel like, yes, we all agree religion bad, but moving forward, like, yes, and most of us agree COVID bad and precautions good. Right. Moving forward, like, what are you going to do? So I just feel like lately I've been feeling like, you know, what do I want to use my voice for that matters? Where am I going to make an actual difference? Right. And I just feel like my specialty isn't religion as much as it's human relationships, and coming from a sociological perspective, like you know, so that's probably what I'm going to build most of my channel with, because even if people in our community are like, I don't need relationship advice, James, I still want to build a channel for that because somebody will need some.
Yeah. I'm with Cameron.
That's what I got. What did Cameron say?
That makes sense, James.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I see that now. So yeah, that's where I'm at. It's like, I just feel like, you know, what are you going to do? Like, do we really need one more way to know that Christianity is bullshit? Like, if you got 99 ways and I'm going to give you the 100th way, is that really going to tip a scale on anything? No, because, you know, it's just not. Like today, Shannon Q had a brilliant short that made a point that I hadn't even thought of before, and it's so damn obvious. And I'm like, brilliant point, awesome. But did I become even more sure that Christianity is bullshit? No, you can't get more than sure than completely sure. You can't get more sure, right? So do I need extra reasons for? If somebody made a channel about how Ebola is bad, would I go there and hear more new discoveries about why Ebola is bad? No, I already know I don't want Ebola. I know enough, you know. I know enough about Islam to know I don't want any. I know enough about Christianity to know I don't want any.
Right. Right.
So
what do you think about this COVID thing, right? Because that's something where I am on the fence with you about sort of reentry and how much, when, to what extent, and all that.
So if I can just get back into good physical condition, and man, I'm struggling with that so hard.
Sure.
If I can just get back when I'm in my better physical, because I look like Russell Crowe.
Is there a way to do that at home?
Well, I have to do that at home.
Okay.
You know, so I'm not going to gyms or anything. I just do what I can at home. But when I look like Russell Crowe, so when I'm in good physical condition, I look like the handsome Hollywood Russell Crowe. But when I'm in my fat zone, I look like the hillbilly Santa Russell Crowe. And because we both gain and lose weight the same way, it affects us the same way. And if I can just get back into shape before I'm too old, right? Because once I pass the 50 mark, I'm like, shit, that window is closing. Pretty soon I'll only be able to pick up chicks at the old folks' home or bingo. So I'm gonna have to get up on this game before it's too late.
Right.
Before I get out of the game.
Right.
And if I could get me a decent woman like that solves most of my issues right there. Because then, as long as she does, maybe she works online and takes healthy precautions, then that's most of my needs right there, socially speaking. Like we can just chill together, watch movies together.
Same. Same.
Yeah.
I think the problem for me has been finding someone who understands that. Like, it's not easy. I think, and I'm surprised because I'd almost expect it to be a uniquely, I hate to say this, but feminine response to take all of this super seriously and sort of realize the power of dating to reinforce some of those, trends, right? Like but it almost seems like it's the opposite, right? Like, it's weird. It's weird.
Well, I hear you. You and I think a lot alike. That's one of the things I love about our community is because even when we go off topic and talk about something we don't normally talk about, like it's just amen, hallelujah across the board. Because that's what happens when you get enough reasonable people into one room. That's what you get. And this is why it doesn't really matter. Like if you have a long conversation with somebody like Rebecca or Doug, and yes, I'm lumping Rebecca and Doug.
Oh, I have no problems with that.
No problems at all. It just doesn't matter how much you talk with them because they're set in their ways, and their bias is the good bias, right? That circular reasoning. My bias is true because my bias is true, and it's just not even a big circle, right? That's a very short circle loop right there. That's a very short thought process. But that's but when we get more reasonable people in the room, they say reasonable shit. So
absolutely.
We could raise a topic we've never even talked about before. And, it can be controversial, but as long as we're taking the reasonable position, 99 out of 100 people in our community are going to be like, yep, absolutely. Right.
All right. So, James, I got about 5 minutes left before I transition because I got a meeting at 5, unfortunately. But I just want us to talk for a few minutes about any and all of this. It was just kind of like a 5-minute warning for myself mostly. And but also I'm gonna chill in here. I'm not going anywhere. I just need to review my paper. So I don't know. I might even just read it and sit here and just let you wax if you want, because I don't really care. I'm just gonna be in here. I'm not going anywhere. Uncle Bobby was in chat. Damn, nah, we didn't. Me and James was getting into it. Sorry, that happens sometimes.
Well, he's still listening. He's cleaning house, so he's not by a microphone or anything, but he's listening.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah. Always good to see Uncle Bobby. I probably do.
Yeah, maybe I am too.
Also, Uncle Bobby, I gotta be honest, Uncle Bobby, I'm not good for your business plan, man. Hit me up because I'm trying to help you out with the monetization thing. But at the same time, I'm trying to get you demonetized because my personal opinion is I like my Uncle Bobby raw and unfiltered. I like my Uncle Bobby that says, all right, gang, let's jump into this shit. All right. And we're calling people all types of fuck faces and all types of, I don't know, douchebags, motherfuckers. What was the other one he likes to use? I don't know. He put something. I left a comment about it, but I forget what the word is. But anyway, like I like all of that, and you know, it's all about the message, man. And Uncle Bobby is still, you know, he's still bringing the heat with the message, you know. So I feel kind of bad. I'm like, Jay, the man trying to make some money. He's trying to get monetized. He's trying to become a good source of ad revenue. And I'm like, nigga, fuck your economics.
Right.
We want some rawness. But slap nuts, there it is, slap nuts. Yeah, I like slap nuts. It reminds me of Jeff Jarrett from wrestling. Yeah, man, love slap nuts. It's some good shit. Nah, I appreciate you, Uncle Bobby. Actually, we've been watching Uncle Bobby and Gather a bunch, so always fun. And we're diehard fans, no matter what. We're diehard fucking fans, so it's not gonna matter. I'm just casting my vote. That doesn't matter. Go ahead, James.
Yes, absolutely, and I think most of the people here in the community like watch Gin and Truth on the regular, but we have a brand new and very important new member in chat. They're going by Dank Slug.
Who's that? Oh, Caterpillar's partner. Hey. Oh, that's awesome. I appreciate that. Dank Slug and Caterpillar. I get it. I like that.
Yeah, we've been waiting. We've been waiting for you to join us. Like every time I have a chance to talk with Kat, I'm like, gotta bring your partner on here. Make part of the community.
Yeah. I'm always honored too when people are sharing with family, friends, and loved ones. That always feels pretty cool. So yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I only know about a couple of the people that like are in Kata's life, and she talks a lot about her partner on the rare occasion we have a chance to talk. But absolutely, I was always saying, bring him on. We need him over here. So that's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, it's really dope. That's really cool. Yeah, man. So this has been a crazy last few days with all this going on. It's been weird because I kind of feel like it's in that space of getting too caught up with, you know, a theist or something, but it's an atheist. You know, it's like dedicating a week to Otangelo, but it's Doug.
Right. Well, I mean, honestly, Doug is kind of Otangelo in his conservatism. So, you know, his biases prevent him from thinking deeply about things in the same way that Otangelo is.
I'm going to be honest with you. It's been a little discomforting. Like, it started out like, all right, Doug's just trolling. And honestly, I think I wanted to call him out more in the sense of, Doug, you're just going too far. Like, you need to just stop this, right?
Yeah.
But then I think the response has brought out that, like, oh, this is your thing now. And there's almost like a deep-seated, like, Grinch who stole Christmas aspect to his personality that I've been seeing lately. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's weird. It's like, again, I always tell people, like, you know, the Grinch isn't the Grinch, just plays it on TV, right? This is like in reverse, where this is a person coming out as who they really are. And it's like the villain from a movie in a way that the villain from a movie isn't really even the villain from a movie.
Right. So, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I'm not beyond trolling the community. In fact,
facts. Once in a while,
I'm not above that. But you have to establish a baseline of who you are and where you stand with people before you start trolling anybody, right? You just can't. So, like, I've thought about making a stream where I'm a Christian, and I'm probably still going to do it, right? Where I witness to you heathens, but I'm going to do it in an obviously, like, parody way, right? Like, not a serious way.
Yeah, I've done it. Super fun. Because I started doing pro-theism Thursdays.
Yeah.
Right. I'm a theist for the day.
Right.
I play gospel music the whole night. It was really fun, actually.
Right, I remember that. Yeah. In fact, I'll admit, there's still some Christian songs I like. There's some Bible passages I still cite sometimes. There's some Christian music I like a lot, and there's some Christians that I like a lot. Right,
and it's always fun to play the other side of anything.
Yeah,
that's part of the us versus them, right? Is like it's deeply seated in us to probably get together in a group and mock the other side by pretending to be them.
Right.
Right. Whatever the customs of the other, let's just say it's the other hill on the other side, the other camp, the other tribe on the other side of the hill, right? It's like whatever their unique custom is, you like mock it and probably do a little stage where you act it out just so you can all laugh at them and whatever. It's part of the psyche.
Sure, it's good fun.
Yeah.
YouTube Punk says James Bowers Apperson. In other words, like from Betty Bowers. And I'm like, she's pretty cute and she thinks like I do. So if anybody knows her and wants to hook us up and play Love Connection, let me know. But yeah, Kat appreciates the warm welcome.
Could you date a theist, James?
A theist. James, are ignoring my chats. 1 second, let me scroll back up. I probably didn't see it because I wasn't looking for a few minutes and then I looked over. 1 sec. What did I miss? Oh, my last few videos are made with James in mind. I guess I probably haven't seen those, Cameron, but if they're with me in mind, I'm guessing you're like, take one step forward, take a breath, take one step back, take a breath. Good job. Now I have a Twinkie. Well, a healthy Twinkie. These new all
yeah.
But I will check those out. Absolutely. I think that's wonderful, Cameron. You rock. I do love me some Cameron. I won't even deny it. Like Cameron's got a special place in my heart. Just like Dr. Josh, right? And my one black friend. There's just some people that once you get to know who they are, like they will just always have a place in your heart. There's like a little place just for them, right? Yeah. And Cameron's one of those people. So
all right, James, I'm gonna tag you in to talk about whatever you want while I read this thing, and then people can read along with me and listen to James. But I'm not gonna read out loud. That way, people can just listen to you.
Appreciate that.
Right.
So yeah, I missed several things in chat. YouTube Punk thought of an epic art project, and I would like to hear more about that. Carrie Ann thought I was being a little bit too critical of myself, and I probably was. It's a thing I do. I'm kind of like James Carey in Liar Liar. People walk in on me being really brutal to myself, and I'm like, I'm kicking my ass. Do you mind? It's like, it's what I do. So, but I appreciate that. Girls like confidence over pretty looks. Well, that's true. And that's one of the things, the advantages that men have over women in the dating scene or even professional settings even, is that, we get distinguished, right? And so our lines don't necessarily count against us, like our wrinkles and our gray hair and, just us being older and our voice changing and things like that. I call it the second puberty, right? Everything starts changing and you got to relearn your body all over again. And I'm already starting to go through that. And, for men, as long as we hold ourselves well and we have confidence, right? Like, it's like a second life. Like we're in the game all over again, but in a whole new way, right? We're, in our 40s, we get to be the daddy guy. And then now there's a new term for guys that age well into their 50s and 60s. It's called zaddy with a Z. You can look it up. And that's the new thing now. So that's hashtag life goals. I'm going to be a zaddy. Zaddy or bust. That's where I'm at about it. But yeah, there's even in Japan and certain countries, you can get a job just being a distinguished older white guy. Because as long as they can tell by looking at you that you're probably from America, it gives the Japanese business an implication of clout. It gives the illusion that they've got international ties because there's this distinguished looking, stereotypical American sitting at the table who thinks your company's worth being at, right? You don't even have to speak Japanese. You don't actually have to be even from America. You just got to look the part, right? And so we age out of certain opportunities. We age into new opportunities. And it's harder for women because people, and that's true of Black and Latino men as well, right? We we get this, you know, what they call it the silver fox, right? Like we age into a whole new way of being hot as long as we carry ourselves well and take care of ourselves. And especially for bodybuilders like Uncle Bobby, like, you know, it's like those people will just, they'll be 80 and look like they're maybe 50, right? Like that's the reason I want to become a bodybuilder, like Cameron, right? Because if Cameron sticks with that, he's going to look great until he hits 80 something. Same with Uncle Bobby, right? A lot to be said for it. But women have a harder time aging in a way that society gives them props for when they get beyond like 50s or 60s. Like, I guess once they get to a certain age, they're just a sweet old lady, and everybody just assumes you're wanting to bake everybody cookies and apple pies, which is interesting because an awful lot of old ladies were horrible people their whole life, but now everybody just assumes they're sweet and lovable because they're old, right? So in that way, they get a fresh start. Like,
in a sense, a lot of them have. I was going to say a lot of them have become sweeter because they don't have that anymore, right? Their social power is very different,
right?
And now it comes from actually being a good person. Right. People have to want to visit you and want to come see you and all of this. Yeah.
That's true. So I was being hypercritical to speak as if they don't actually become better people, because I'm sure a lot of people do once they have to.
No,
right?
yeah. I'm kind of giving it both ways. I'm actually saying, yeah, but I don't know if they always are better. Like, sometimes I wonder about my grandmother, right? Like, my grandmother, her nickname was Edie Amin. Like, which is like a television, like a particularly cruel television character she was named after, because when my mother was growing up, they thought of her as like a cruel disciplinarian type. Of course, what good Christian woman isn't? Right. Which is weird. But then, you know, she was such a different, sweet, and loving person, supposedly, as a grandmother. But now that I'm older, I don't know. I still see the whole thing as like weirdly sick and twisted manipulation, right?
Which thing?
All of it. Like it hasn't. It's just a different method. And so I don't know that they. So I don't know that they become better people. Some people do, and some people just have it's a different tactic.
Right.
So I'm just saying maybe they do genuinely get forced to improve, but maybe they just learn they have to behave differently. I'm not sure. You never know, I guess. Yeah.
Most old ladies will bake you some cookies, and 6 out of 10 won't be laced with cyanide.
Right.
So, probably okay. Kind of like COVID, you probably all right.
Yeah.
Maybe not. No guarantee. So yeah, I mean,
exactly. She just gives you the cookies. Don't worry, this is not gonna kill you.
I won't kill you. Last guy's still in the hospital, but it didn't kill him. So you're probably all right. So yeah, I try to be optimistic about my opportunities. I can be pretty hard on myself. I really can. But at the same time, you know, Cameron is inspiring. He really is. Like, I've really been trying to like get healthy enough to where I could say, okay, I'm ready to where I'm going to make the most of that time with Cameron. And he tells me, don't wait. Like, I'll start working with you right now. I've just been so tired. I had a meeting with my sleep specialist the other day, a virtual appointment, and he was not as helpful as I thought he was going to be. So I apparently need to see more specialists to find out why I'm this tired all the time. Because if they don't fix this, like, nothing else is going to matter. And I don't know, because I wake up 28 times an hour, and they don't know why. So, you know, I don't know. But if you don't get enough REM sleep, the whole game's off, right? Like, nobody can function without enough REM sleep. You just can't do it.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of times. There's days where I really want to stream. I really want to connect with the community and help build bridges of love and understanding. But like, I was just so tired on those days. I'll literally open up StreamYard, move the mouse cursor over to the button you press to stream, and I'll just stare blankly at the screen for like 5 minutes and then just go, fuck it, I'm just not doing it. Like, I just can't. But I want to, right? I just need that energy. And it's frustrating. I think I usually have pretty good independent streams. I'm not I don't entertain on your level or Uncle Bobby's level, but I bring something else, right, to the community, and I think it has value to some people. And in fact, I know it does because they tell me it does. But they're looking back at the moments over the past, say, 5 years that I wish had been live streamed. It was conversations with people. Active, dynamic conversations one-on-one with somebody who's engaged with the issues, right? And that is so hard to find. So usually I go on stream alone and I talk. And I know most people, if they just do a monologue, I don't know about most. A lot of people do a monologue because they just would prefer it, right? They just don't want to have a dialogue. I'm going to say smart shit.
I'm really, I understand that mindset. I'll just say that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So every once in a while, I do want to just say something, but most of the time I'm like, I just want to capture the magic of a conversation that unfolds naturally between two people that are passionate about a topic, where there's this discovery, these moments of epiphanies and hell yeah, right, that happen between two people in a natural conversation. I want to capture that. I want to have that experience to share with the community, but I usually can't find anybody that'll go on stream with me. And when I do, it's hard to reproduce that, right? Like, you can't fake it. The conversation has to catch in a certain kind of way that you can't fake. You can't script it. You can't fake it. You can't force it. It'll either happen or it won't. And I've had so many of those conversations, and none of them were recorded. That's why I tried to have Renaccia come on stream with me a few times, because that's one of the people I've had that with. Same with my friend from Canada, Jessica. But, I wasn't able to get them engaged enough with the discussion, right? And I couldn't even get, usually couldn't even get them on screen. So,
I really enjoyed the streams with her.
Yeah. Renaccia is really smart, and she's a opera, classical music singer and conductor, and she's classically trained and has a master's in some kind of musical stuff.
Sure.
I don't know what it's called. And she sang in other countries at times and stuff like that. She's pretty well known in her country, but she was going through deconversion, sort of. When I first met her, she was still religious, but she was already starting to doubt and question and wrestle and things like that. And she was just at that right moment in her journey where it would matter, right? Where she was open to these new ideas of consideration. And it just worked, right? Because I'm not pushy about stuff. It's not, I don't ridicule, and I don't put people down, and I don't try to steamroll and say, this is what you have to think. It's just a journey, right? It's their journey, and I'm taking it with them, but it belongs to them. And she appreciated that I had that sense of boundary, where it's her journey, right? And it just unfolded wonderfully. And the same thing with Jessica in Canada. For her, it wasn't religion. For her, it was a abusive relationship that she was in. But I was able to help her too.
Sure.
And it's just even if I'm not helping somebody in some life pivotal moment, just that kind of magic and conversation.
That was kind of my first thing too. Is I had a friend who I kind of helped when they were deconverting, and this was before I started making content about it. But it kind of gave me the I can help people with this feeling. Go ahead. Sorry.
Right. 100%. I'm catching back on chat.
Oh, no.
Yeah. YouTube Punk says, I need headshots of Uncle Bobby's dog posse. Okay. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. I guess I should have been watching chat closer. What do we got? Oh, medium cardio for you later on. Here's the thing. I was in such great shape when I was younger. I would jog hours and hours. I wouldn't get pains. I wouldn't get shortness of breath. I was in such great. I was in a fire department. I worked out all the time. I would jog for hours every day. And now just walking down the street, by the time I get to the end of the block, I'm like, can I call an Uber to drive me 1 block? Is that a thing? Can you do that? It's just yeah. It's I really let myself go during COVID. and I'm struggling so hard to get it back because I don't want to be, I don't want to feel unhealthy anymore, and I don't want to be alone in the world anymore. And it's just like,
what do you have at home? I bought myself a little home gym and a bike and some free weights. Boom. Then the only excuse is sitting my fat ass in this chair.
Right. No, I did too. I've got free weights and I've got a recumbent and so yeah, it's something. But I think that's going to be the revolution. I didn't like the gym because I was one of the few people I wouldn't say few, but I was one of the people who was definitely not there as a social experience, even though I got along well with people at the gym. It was weird because I had a gym where I first started working out here, and I went to the gym with old people because it was like an older gym. It wasn't where all the cute people went, and so it was just like they were serious. They're not a lot, right? It wasn't like because it wasn't on campus or near campus or anything. And so I really liked working out there, and I got to know a bunch of people. But then, like, I went to, like, more, like, happening. But then it's, like, bigger and busier, and so you just don't have as many social interactions unless one of my actual friends happens to come through. So I'm, like, I didn't miss the gym, I guess is the only point I'm trying to make, because it's not a social experience for me. Fair. I never liked working out at the gym either.
Yeah, I prefer working out at home.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
So that part's not a big problem. But yeah, once I get into a relationship, like my son has a major heart condition, and I worry a lot about him getting COVID. And nobody wants to be sick anyways, right? So I don't know. Because like my ideal lifestyle is nomadic. Like I'm one of those people, I don't even want to, like it's weird because most people, like their life goal is to like, buy a big house and just live in it all the time. Like, and I had to settle down, right? I had to build a home with my kids because they needed that stability. But now they're getting to the point where they're talking about heading off on their own, and I'm like, great, because my life ambition is to become homeless. I can't wait to travel the world and not have to worry about maintaining a house anymore. Like, I just want to meet people and like all around the country and like spend an entire season with the Aborigines in the outback of Australia, and then jet over to some other place and spend a season there and just like get to know the people of the world and hopefully find my tribe, right? In a very physical way, find a place where it just works. And I know it's probably weird, but but with COVID, I feel like I can't do that. Like I just can't have what I want. That's why I'm probably my plan B is to build a boat, because I know how to build boats. Go me. I'm going to build a boat and then go up and down.
You're trying to build a fucking ark.
I know. I need to build an ark, right? two of each kind: blondes, brunettes, and redheads. So that's 2x2.
I love
it. Because I mean, the oceans are rising, right? It's just a matter of time. Where we all just end up on these little islands shouting at each other like, help. So I'm going to build me a boat, and I'm going to just do like tours and stuff like that, like take people around on the boat and go up, go north in the summer and go south in the winter and meet lots of places or meet lots of people in neat places, right? Just go up and down and like check out the best places to go and maybe do a YouTube stream about it. And, here's this cool place I found tonight. Come on with me and let's see where the action's at. And that's what I want to do. Like, I don't want to stay home. Like I'm just a go kind of person who lives a stay kind of life. And it really I'm an extrovert. And then this isolation has just been brutal on me.
Yeah, I've always said that to people. So I worked home for years before COVID, but ironically it was because, well, one, my work is virtual, so that's the norm, right? There are people who do digital work who like to sit in the bullpen, I called it, like the little cubicle area in the Beacon Center. But most of us work from home and just came in to teach and have meetings. And then also because I'm social, it was like more productive to stay home, so that I didn't go to lunch with this person, this seminar, that thing, run over here, run over there, and then not actually get any work done. but I had all the social outlets I needed. So now it's like different. And then this period is hard for me because it's like all the fucking nerdy kids and people who are like not socially good at all are like acting like all of a sudden they're in their moment just because they're like, I guess, gonna pretend they're not afraid of COVID or whatever. Or they're not afraid of, I don't know what the fuck it is, but I'm like, ew, anyway. Y'all are not cute. You're not cool. Wait till this COVID shit is over. You'll be back on the bench when shit restores to its normal social order.
Right. I think the reason it's so hard to sell people on these days is because there's no end in sight. And it's very believable that we could have another 10 years or more of COVID being COVID. Maybe even COVID getting worse.
Oh, my Lord.
And people are like, I can't wait 10 more years to get back to life.
Yeah.
But if they, and it's catch-22. Now, if scientists were saying, and if people had good reason to think that we're in our last year or two, just hang in there, we got this, I think a lot more people would be like, okay, fine. But because there's no end in sight, people are like, I got to go out eventually.
Right.
They miss socialization, they miss sex, they miss having friends, they miss going places and going on adventures. Maybe they miss going to church, whatever it is. People are like,
right.
So I think that's where a lot of people are at. So I try to be understanding about it one way or the other. I still wish I lived in New Zealand, right? That was the place to be during the pandemic.
Right.
They knew how to handle shit. And it's ironic because the second best place was communist China. Like, they were really aggressive about the pandemic too, once they realized that not only did it start there, but that the whole world was watching them. Right.
Sure.
They're like, yeah, we better take this shit seriously. So then they take it to extremes,
right,
to the point where it's almost oppressive and dysfunctional. But like I said, New Zealand was the place. Like, if I had to pick one place to live or migrate to based on not just the kind of society it is, but the way they handled COVID, that's where I want to go. I want to go to New Zealand. Very beautiful country. And I actually know somebody that moved there. Like, might try to hit them up after this and see if
I was talking to somebody that lived there for a hot minute.
Yeah.
And then I just couldn't take it. Oh, wait, I did not get the copy I needed. All right.
Maybe I'll go out to Australia and hang out with Kata and Timma. Maybe I'll just do that.
What I really need is somebody who works remotely. Just come here. Duh. Like, obviously, come on. That's the plan. Just that was where I fucked up. So it's fucked up because I was seeing somebody that did work from home, and then I stopped seeing them for somebody who wasn't, and then they ended up being a psychopath, and that's where I went wrong. I needed to ride things.
Both.
I needed to ride this thing out with the person who worked from home.
Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. Psychopaths aren't completely useless. Some of the best sex I've ever had was a psychopath.
There you go.
They're completely uninhibited because they don't give a shit what society thinks.
Right.
So there's that, but you can't build a relationship with them.
Yeah, I honestly would say not worth it. This is one of those situations where you don't need a 10 when a 7 will do.
Yeah, I'd rather.
In that aspect, in terms of how wild they are.
I only ever, once I finally broke free of my ex-wife after all those years.
If you've never done it, then hey, go live it up. But, if you've already punched your dance card a bunch, you're good to go. You know what that wild shit's about.
Right. Honestly, absolutely. I mean, I've done every kind of sex. Well, not every kind. I've done every kind of sex I was interested in. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah.
Not every kind.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a whole lot of things that count as fetishes, and I have no idea why those are fetishes. It makes no sense to me. I don't know if you've ever read the official list of what counts as a fetish, but there's some bizarre shit on that list. So, but anyways, I've done all the sex I care about, right? Like, what I really want now is just somebody to go on long walks with and go on road trips with and cuddle up and watch, movies on a projection screen in my room and just or the thing where I put the projection screen in the garage and we sit in the truck and just face the garage like it's a drive-in theater. That's pretty cool, and get the popcorn and everything else. And, go to festivals and fairs and all the cool shit, right? Like, just go do stuff. It doesn't have to be crazy shit. Like, we don't got to go skydiving. We don't got to, like,
right,
go mountain climbing. Just do normal people shit.
Yeah, I see. I romanticize that, and then I romanticize this like pro-COVID thing to where we're like, look, this is what it is. We're gonna be as safe as we can. And the one thing I liked about the person I was dating was like we did find ways to do shit. Like, I don't mind going places and doing things outdoors and, even popping in places once in a while with limited exposure if you're going to pick something up or whatever. Like, the same way I am now, where I've got to go in somewhere once in a while, wear a mask, do what I got to do, and get up out of there. But just that sort of shared awareness, like I said, because then there's that, and then you don't have many other needs that you can't meet otherwise.
Right.
You can do your job. You've got friends with common interests and all that stuff. And that's why for me then the big thing, because that's sort of a micro thing. And I think I can, I'm just trying to do my best with that given the circumstances, which is dog shit, like nothing, just nothing, I'm trying to, yeah. But I'm actually, it's sort of weird. I meet all my other friends on YouTube, right? So maybe that's where I'll meet my next romantic interest, because it's where I meet everybody else, and I've like stopped online dating. So holla at me if any of y'all live in Ingham County. Awful. Is that where I live? I'm fucking done, man. I need to move. What the Ingham County? Y'all, that's where it's in Michigan. That's where Michigan State is. God, what a dog shit county name. I literally just downgraded my own value as a partner because the name of my county just sounds like a place where good things don't happen. It doesn't roll off the tongue. Yeah.
No. So I feel you.
Yeah. So. Even where Carrie Ann lives is, I think, considered more like the romantic side of Michigan. Like when you think of Michigan, and it's all like the outdoors and the rivers and the lakes and the natural beauties and shit. I don't live in that part of Michigan. And it isn't like the bad part. It's not like rough parts, and it isn't even like a big city. Like, it's the boring part. Like, it's not cool like Ann Arbor. It isn't all outdoor and adventurous like up north or the fucking untouched wilderness and backwoods cool country music video type shit. It isn't a big fucking city like Detroit with fucking Motown and shit to do and diverse communities and good ass food. It's just it's got to be on my list of the top 5 least interesting state capitals in America. And again, like Michigan's part of the Blue Wall, I guess they call it. That's nice, but it still feels like it's run by conservative fucktards. It's like one of them situations where we always keep a blue governor and I guess vote blue in presidential elections, but just like the national government's about to be, the Reds run the fucking local shits and the state the state legislatures and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So being part of that blue wall means dick here. Literally, we're the state where they fucking rock automatic rifles at the Capitol building and they tried to kidnap the governor. So that tells you how much of a fucking blue wall Michigan is.
Right.
Blue wall in my ass. Our governor's fucking scared. All right, question of the day, y'all. Should Brittney Griner be allowed to come home? So somebody say no and get insta-blocked.
Right.
Nah, I mean, I guess I don't know enough about the international laws. I mean, to be honest, there's some element of this that does feel routine. Like, bitch got caught with weed in the country. You can't do that here. Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to, you know what I mean? I do see that. They
target people that are high profile, though, because they're looking to get political prisoners they can trade for their own. Right? It's the real reason they cared. But the upside is that there's a good chance that we will in this next year, like, find a way to bargain for her release and get her back. And then once we've done that, as long as it doesn't take us too long, it'll probably spike her career, because a whole lot more people will know who she is now, be watching her games now. And
you're saying if we actually get her back?
If we get her back, I can see her.
I can too. I mean, she's got a story and whatever. Now, I hate that part of reality because I have a story, right? And I remember being told that at different points in my life. You lived a life you could write a book on or make a movie about. And I'm like, yeah, but you got to remember, like, that's only because life is fucked up. And you've been through some super fucked up shit, so I can't wish that on people. But yeah, it is you got to work with what you got, right?
Right.
So when and she'd be smarter than me to cash in on it, right?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, she was already making a lot of money, more than I realized they get paid. So she'll make even more when she comes back. Right. She wants to get back into it because now so many people know who she is now that didn't know before, weren't watching before. Yeah. So, I mean, it could. Will it all be worth it? I don't know. You'd have to ask her when it's all done, right? I'm not saying it will be. Right. Depends on how it turns out and then how she feels about it. Right. So who knows? Who knows? But, if we don't get her back, then we need to figure out a way to get some military action over there. Because this is the one reason I kind of think we should be more supportive of Ukraine, is because, Russia has been a very long threat to us. And now that we're seeing just how badly prepared they were for war, how like shitty their military is in every way, how bad their leadership is too. If we can weaken them even more, they won't be anybody's problem for at least another generation or two. So that's the upside of the Ukraine-Russia thing. In the meantime, I always tell everybody here in America, don't travel anywhere that we're at odds with politically. Like, don't go there, right? If there's an anti-American sentiment or the leadership is anti-American right now because they're angry at America, don't go anywhere near the country until the shit gets cleared up, right? Don't even go near them. Yes. Because don't even. And it's the same thing with certain countries. You always got to look at see which countries are on the list of safe places to go. Russia was definitely not on the list. Right. So I'm not saying she deserves us. In fact, the people who are saying that, they're not even sure we want her back. Maybe she should stay there. I wanted to make this point earlier, so I'm going to make it now. Yeah, please do. When people say that, we don't want her back and maybe she should stay there, what they're saying in part is they wish we had laws that strict here so that people like her, so that people like her would have to deal with that here. We wouldn't need to hope Russia takes care of it. We would just be throwing all these, outspoken black role models and, people who smoke marijuana and, anybody else that the white ass conservatives hate. We just be throwing them in prison for 9 years and in subhuman conditions, and so that's what they really mean. They wish we have that right here. So I didn't see it before. I wanted to say. No, that's a big part of the thing, and of course they don't, because they would not want to live under those circumstances. It shows you their harshness as human beings, but also their assumption of the position of privilege, because they would never want a world like that. So, for instance, if that happened to her because she was in a country where you couldn't drink alcohol, all right, let me hear you say the same thing. Right. Right. But they assume, hey, I'm white. My substance of choice, that good old beer, will never be prohibited. But why not? Matter of fact, if we're going to base it on what's actually dangerous, what actually makes people commit crime, and what seems to be a gateway to harder substances, we would do exactly that. Right. Right. It's an entitlement and a privilege and a racism issue. It just is. Like, if there was a certain kind of alcohol that only the like racist rednecks drank, and then a certain kind of alcohol that they attribute to black people, black community, then they would want to see that other alcohol banned, right? And they would say anybody who drinks that alcohol deserves to be in prison. They would make it about the alcohol, but really it's about the racism. The alcohol is an excuse. because it ain't no worse than the stuff they drink. They just need an excuse to say, well, that person has placed themselves in this special criminal category, therefore they should like have their life destroyed. It's just bullshit. Now, if one of their own loved ones, right, one of these assholes, their own son or their own spouse or whatever got caught in that situation, they wouldn't be saying, oh, like, let her rot in prison for 9 years in Russia. They'd be saying, we got to get her back. This is completely unjust. Right? So it's just that double standard from people that aren't self-aware. They're not really thinking about how it wouldn't be okay if it happened to somebody that they love, right? So why is it okay to happen to somebody else? So let's catch up on chat real quick. Carrie Ann saying, where
did I put my damn thing? Up here. Yeah, it's crazy to me. And so here's the other thing I wanted to say about that. Yes. That I think I guess I also wait, hang on. Go ahead. I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead.
All right, that's all good. So did we ever find out how? Because at first we heard it was Russia that hit Poland, and then later on we found out Ukraine hit Poland with a couple of missiles. And I'm
I remember what I was going to say.
Okay, what were you going to say?
Part of the hypocrisy of all this that I hate is that we have had way too harsh marijuana laws in this country forever, for generations. Yep. And yes, we are slowly but surely changing them, but we're not nearly quickly enough, and we're not doing the right things with them. And so people all across America are still serving sentences this harsh for marijuana right now. And it does point to a certain hypocrisy for us to say, oh my God, one of our celebrity athletes is about to face a 9-year sentence in Russia for a vape pen, and overlook all of our own Black and brown people, mostly all the same victims of the same mass incarceration, on top of the fact that Russia would only have momentum and cover for this type of harsh sentencing if not for the American-led international war on drugs. So y'all captain the war on drugs ship and then act all appalled when, you know, an American celebrity gets caught up in another country emulating you. And now all of a sudden you want to have a fucking international crisis over the goddamn shit. Which, again, I want to bring her home, but it just goes to show, like, why isn't this at the same time elevating the conversation about people doing that same sentence, if not worse, at home for the same bullshit? That's all I wanted to add from before.
Right. Yeah. Hypocrisy, double standards, and selfishness. Short-sightedness.
Yeah, like Harley Quinn said, the killer is in your house. The killer is in
great. Exactly. And they know what you did last summer. Oh, yeah. Some treaty.
Yeah, we good. I made it through the rest of my manuscript, so I'm good to call it there. So I'm gonna just chill till us meeting at 5, James. So we got 20 minutes or whatever. Talk about whatever you'd like. Definitely Saturday we're gonna do this relationship thing. Right. Sunday I'm gonna get with Uncle Bobby too. I got some good shit for this weekend for Uncle Bobby. It's gonna be fun.
I'm looking forward to that.
Sure. But yeah, man, I think this has been kind of a good week because I feel like these type of social issues, touch on politics and society issues and stuff like that. It does feel like moving into more relevant conversations than, complaining about religion. So in that sense, having atheists in our community act out has been useful and instructive.
Sure.
I'd also like to say, where do you line up? Because I'm of a certain type of person where it's interesting, but like we said, I feel like, okay, the religion is a thing where we could say you have to acknowledge there's a us and them, because if not, them is just going to keep steamrolling us. At the same time, I think the thing is equally true about all these other issues. And so it ends up being a complex web of associations. But I'm almost somehow in a place where I don't know, it's almost like our only real allies are our comprehensive allies. Like, I hate to say this, but you're not really in my camp if you're like, I'm with you on anti-racism, and I'm with you, I'm anti-theist, I'm with you that anti-Semitism is wrong, but, you know, I couldn't accept a trans child. Nah, you gotta go, I'm sorry. It's kind of, I hate to say this way, but it's like you said, I noticed it wasn't a deal breaker for you, and I don't want to be that ally. So now that's what I'm thinking through, right? I do have a number of these things in my life where, to me, being a true, like LGBT is one of them. Like, when I was in college was when people first started talking about LGBTA, right? And that meant lesbian, gay, bi, transgender, and their fucking allies. And I was kicking in the door with the 4-4, like, the allies is here. Finally, somebody give me a rainbow shirt. Finally, the allies is up in this bitch. You know what I mean? Represent, yeah. Like, because I'm just about that life. Because that's how I was raised. You know, like I said, marginalized people, we all got to all stick together, right? So I know my LGBT fam is kicking in the door on racism. So, to your point, there are all of them things that have to be deal breakers for me. But that does mean that I'm admitting that I'm willing to ostracize people who sound like they're allies on some of these other issues.
Yeah, man, it's catch-22. It's there's a foggy gray area that's complicated.
Yeah.
Seth Andrews made some really good points in that video that he just released. And so somebody can be our ally on one particular stage and be our adversary on another. And so you just kind of size the situation up and the person up, right? What's the best way to have some positive effect? And, you know, are you endorsing their bullshit by endorsing their better things? And it's situational and it's personal, and you got to size it up for yourself. Like, the answers aren't always easy, right? There's not always a clear-cut thing. But there are certain lines where people just can't cross, and if they do, then it's perfectly reasonable to say, okay, I'm just done with those people. I'm not going to deal with it. So I don't know. It's tricky.
And it's tricky, too, because you're trying to create an inclusive camp, right? But you're not inclusive of intolerance, and as such, because you're trying to create a safe space, so you don't want to welcome in something that's unsafe just because we're allies over here on something else. And I think for me, I think we can utilize people who are strategically aligned with us in different things, but distinguish that from truly being a friend or part of our community or something. It's almost like in the bigger picture, we can collaborate with you on this, but we know we don't fully integrate with you in the bigger picture quite yet, right? Something like that.
Right. So, you know, what I've told people before, even on my live streams, I'm like, everybody's welcome, even if they're literally a serial killing axe murderer, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But because maybe we'll have some positive effect in their life that will make them kill less people this week,
sure.
Right? And so it's kind of that way with these conservatives. Like, they're welcome in the chat, they're welcome in the community, but just don't promote axe murdering in the chat, right? Don't say, just, by the way, I've been mentioned this week that I think it's okay to be an axe murderer. Right. Don't bring that here, right? And it's the same thing with Stephanie's position about the
vaccine or whatever, yeah.
Everything else. I'm like, you can think that, fine. But unless you want to come on live stream and have the discussion or the debate, either one, we don't need that in chat. You cannot bring that here, right?
Right.
You can think and live how you want to in your own space and your own time. But if you put it out there for us to respond to, and you get a really, really negative response, it's your own damn fault, because you should have read the room first. You should have known where you were at. Right. So, but it's not that we can't have those discussions. We can.
Right.
If you put it out there, prepare for the discussion. And if you put it out there and then run away, then we're going to have a discussion without you, and it's probably not going to go well for you.
And it also becomes a different thing, too, because to think of somebody like that, or somebody like Doug, or somebody like Rebecca. Sometimes they draw lines, their own lines in the sand. So I could say, hey, look, we have a respectful disagreement about this mask thing or whatever. Here's where I'm coming from. Let me lay it to you like that. And then if you go to, let's just say something crazy, COVID's a hoax, or, whatever this is, right?
Sure.
Well, it's then kind of weird, right? Because again, it goes back to the us and them thing. Some people, you're not necessarily saying this is a hard line to where I cut you off, but they could dig in on that in a certain way where it becomes necessary, right? Because like you said, not only does it turn out that they say that thing, that turns out that that's their secret fucking hill that they want to die on, right?
Right.
So now you can't even overlook the fact that they're not aligned on this, you know what I mean? Like it's just more serious at that point.
Right.
Yeah. Although I really did like what Carrie Ann said about basically the real-time democracy, like, almost with the census type of method being used to figure out what people want to do on different things. But I think you've spoken to the fact that they'll never let that happen because they don't want that.
Nope, they want to stay in power and they want to stay unaccountable. So they're just not. They're never going to put it up for a vote, right? They're never going to say, okay, let's have a vote on how much politicians are allowed to lie, right? They're never going to put that up for a vote because everybody's going to say, fucking stop lying to us, right?
Right.
They're never going to put anything up for a vote that if it goes wrongly for them means that now they could lose power, right? They might lose their jobs. Or worse yet, go to prison. They're not going to vote. They're not going to even put that shit up. So
that seems to be the issue with Trump not really being held accountable. Like, do you think they're going to get him on anything? It's a lot. He's testing all the boundaries of the system, right?
I mean, I think for that reason, it's worth it. Like, I'm glad that somebody's testing the boundaries because the system is long overdue to be torn down to its foundations and then rebuilt back up. And so he's the bull in the china shop wrecking shit, forcing us to recognize exactly what was durable in the system and what was too fragile in the system and what was reasonably up to date and what's way outdated and needs to be replaced, right? So, in that way, it could be some good, but at the same time, he's caused so much suffering in this world. And he's not even done causing suffering in this world.
Not even close.
So, it's a no-win situation, but it is what it is, right? Just moving forward, do I think he's going to be held really accountable for his crimes? Not really, no. And honestly, I think that's why he smuggled out so many national secret files, because he's been trading on them. I think that's the reason he doesn't have them all. I think that's the reason why he's still holding on to the ones he's got, because he can make it to Russia or someplace else as a refugee, and they'll take care of him and protect him, right? They won't extradite.
I didn't understand why he isn't there to begin with. I didn't understand why he's still here.
Right.
To me, that's that crazy ego. Like when you could just get out and you don't because you're just determined to stay and prove your point or whatever, I guess. I'm like, dude, I'd have been to Russia if I was Trump.
Right. Well, he doesn't have a cult in Russia, but he has one here. And
I see. That's huge. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot riding on it. Like, and he's unrealistic about, and I think he's unrealistic, but he thinks he's realistic, right? And time will tell.
Sure.
If he gets away with it, then he gambled and won, right? He gets to keep his cult.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
So that's where we're at.
It's true. And he and I don't know. He gets to a point where again he's been so enabled. Even if they get him, what does that mean? Does he get jail time? If he does, is it even real jail time? Does he give a shit if he does a few years in the end? Who gives a fuck?
Right. So
he comes out and he still gets his cult, like you said, right?
Right. And he's still rich. He's still got all his ties, and he's still a kingmaker. And in the meantime, he's not dirty by himself, right? Like everybody that did his bidding is dirty too. And so even if he ends up in a prison, theoretically, which I don't think will happen, there's a good chance he's going to get a pardon the next time we've got a conservative president, right? That's just going to happen.
Right.
And, so then he's not in trouble anymore. Magically, it's all erased and he can go do whatever. So I don't think there's a whole lot of risk for him being here. Do I think it's smart for him to have just left the country and stay gone? Yeah. But, there's so much invested. He's got so much invested, he doesn't think there's any real risks. Too many people are dirty with him that can't afford to take a stand against him when it matters. So.
Absolutely. So that's a really good point. And I don't know, he could still become president again and cash out on, his whole movement, even if he doesn't. So, he's not going anywhere. And then it's also weird because even though it seems like DeSantis is coming for him, DeSantis seems to be coming for him using his own playbook, sort of saying, I'm the new MAGA king, rather than getting away from MAGA.
That's a calculated risk as well. So, in the meantime, just moving forward from that whole mess.
Sorry to hear that, Carrie Ann. Go ahead.
Sorry, what'd I miss?
Just has an aunt-in-law with COVID.
Oof, sorry to hear that.
Home, yeah, it's rough.
He has stacked the courts, including our highest courts.
Absolutely.
And so chances are, if he gets charged with the really serious shit, he's going to end up in front of a judge that he owns. It's how much trouble is he really going to get into with the judge that he owns?
I don't know. It's crazy, man. But, I got a 5 o'clock meeting, so let me end the stream now so I can use the restroom and get to my meeting on time. James, thanks so much for joining me. What I'm probably going to do is, I guess I'll keep the bots and stuff here. I guess I'll have to jump into a Zoom or whatever for this meeting. And then I'll be in Gather the rest of the night once this is over. So I think my dad's going to come through and play cards around 6, so I'll be in the Pinochle Lounge the rest of the evening, like always. And then it's Thursday. That means something. Thursday Night Football, probably. So I guess we'll do that and then watch movies or TV shows, whatever happens. But appreciate everybody. Please come join us and Gather. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks to James for hanging out with me. I know Dave tried to get in here. Appreciate it. And we'll link up with the gang. We'll see you all later. I guess we'll peace out. In the name of Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens. Science bless you all. Poof.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Brian James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Took the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof for my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute, just the front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I'm